Good evening. Good evening and welcome to tonight's Pleasanton City Council in beautiful downtown Pleasanton. Today is February 1st and it's 7 p.m. I wondered if we could all rise for Pledge of Allegiance, and that would be led by Council Member Narum.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. It's just not the same pledging allegiance as you're in your chair. So do we have some remarks for the public, Councilmember Narum?
I do, thank you. So good evening. I'd like to share an update regarding upcoming news and events that impact our Pleasanton residents. On Thursday, February 3rd, this council will convene for a public input meeting on Pleasanton's transition to district-based elections. At this meeting, we will be reviewing and discussing the proposed district boundary maps that have been created by the city's demographer, as well as those submitted by the public. Community members are encouraged to attend the meeting and share feedback with us. We hope that you'll join us via Zoom at 7 p.m. On the city's district elections webpage, you will find maps, meeting details, and login information, as well as recordings from past public input meetings. And you can visit City of Pleasanton, ca.gov/district elections. Moving on, today marks the start of the Black History Month. The City of Pleasanton invites the community to join us in reflecting on and celebrating Black history, culture, and heritage. The Library and Recreation Department has a wide assortment of events, activities, and resources to check out this month, including live concerts featuring Black artists, book and film discussions, and more. Celebrate, engage, listen, and learn from a variety of Black voices and stories. Please visit firehousearts.org/Black-History-Month to discover these many wonderful opportunities. Additionally, my fellow council members and I would like to wish the community a happy Lunar New Year today. To all those in our community who are celebrating, we wish you and your family a happy, healthy, and prosperous year of the Tiger. The Pleasanton Library has a collection of fun and educational books to teach children about Lunar New Year, as well as many other New Year's traditions that are celebrated around the world. Check out this list of staff recommended books on the library's online catalog at pleasantonlibrary.bibliocommons.com. And finally, in other news, the Muslim Community Center of the East Bay has opened a free COVID testing site to help combat the spread of the highly transmissible Omicron variant in our community. The site is open every day from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. through Sunday, February 13th, and it's available to anyone in the community ages 4 and up. No appointment or pre-registration is required, and there's no cost to get tested. The testing will take place in the Muslim Community Center's parking lot at 5724 West Las Positas Boulevard. And for more information, visit mcceastbay.org/testing. And that's it for tonight.
All right, very good. There's a lot of good updates there. Absolutely. So could we have a roll call by our city clerk, Jocelyn Kwong, please?
Yes. Council members Arkin,
Here.
Balch,
Present.
Narum,
Present.
Testa,
Sorry, I unmute. Present.
thank you. Mayor Brown,
Present.
thank you.
All right. So many of you may be interested in calling into our meeting this evening and participating. We would like to hear from you. And right now, our city clerk, Kwong, will give us some directions on how you can participate in our city council meeting. Jocelyn?
Members of the public may participate in the Zoom meeting by using the raise your hand function when public comment is opened on an agenda item. You will be unmuted when your name is called, and you will be remuted after the allotted time. To raise your hand, click the raise your hand button or *9 on your telephone. To unmute your phone, press *6.
Terrific, thank you. And since we're holding this meeting via a Zoom format, I'm going to ask my city council members if you have comments, questions, or statements, if you could please use the raise hand feature, and then I will be most happy to call on you. All right, that gives it up. Now we're on to our meeting. Do we have any agenda amendments by staff? City Manager Dolan?
No amendments by staff, Mayor.
Okay, I am going to take the liberties of changing 2 items on our agenda. It's because one is going to be very long and I'm going to hold that off to the end. So I'm going to change agenda item 10 and agenda item 12. So we're going to put our downtown parklets. If you're calling in or you want to participate, downtown parklets will be number 10 on the agenda. And our site selection for the environmental impact report studies will now become item 12. All right. Do I have any other agenda items by our city council members? Okay, seeing nodded heads going the no direction. I think we're all good. So we're on to our report out on closed session. We did not have closed session this evening, as it stated earlier, it was canceled. So we're on to our consent calendar. The consent calendar are items considered routine in nature, but oftentimes our city council members might want to have a question, a comment, and we certainly want to hear from you at home. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing. I understand we have some speakers on the consent items. Jocelyn, can you help us with that?
Yes, we have a speaker for item 2, Cartal Chianti Reserve. Okay, I'm not seeing that person. So the next speaker is for item 4, and that is Sharon Pekarsky.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Absolutely. Good evening,
Okay.
Sharon.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Brown and City Council. I just want to very quickly clarify some wording related to the West Las Positas bicycling improvements. The document before you states, the new plan shifts from a bike lane project to a mixed-use path design. I, along with several others, were both confused and concerned by the term mixed-use path. Interpreting it as a path where bicyclists and pedestrians share a space, much like we see on the Iron Horse Trail, which has never been the plan. I've spoken to Mr. Tassano, who assures me that this wording was intended to refer to a raised bicycle path that is separated from a pedestrian walkway. I just want to make sure it is clear to everyone that this wording is intended to mean a bicycle facility that is separated from both vehicle and pedestrian traffic for the safety of pedestrians as well as bicyclists, which has always been the intent of this project. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Pekarsky. Would our Deputy Director, Mike Tassano, like to make any comments as a follow-up, just to make sure that it's clear for those of us that are going to be voting on this item?
Everything Sharon said was accurate. The intent was to provide a separated facility. Shared use path and mixed use path does can give the connotation of mixing, right? Which wasn't the intent. Is one of those times where traffic engineering speak gets confused with common sense.
I'm glad you said that because I don't think I would want to say that, but yes. So thank you for the clarification. Do we have anyone else from the public that would like to speak this evening?
We have no further speakers.
All right, then I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to the city council for questions, comments, or a motion. All right, Vice Mayor Arkin.
Yes, thank you so much. I have a couple of things I just want to comment on. And let me know if that now is the appropriate time or not. I have a comment on one thing and a recusal on another. So let me know.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so first of all, of the recusal, this is on P21-0144, the Mark Landolph Trinity Drive, and as well as the following one, P21-0132, Ramprasad Sarama, also on Trinity Drive. Those are in close proximity to my home, so I do need to recuse myself on those two. So that, and also on item number 3, the actions of the zoning administrator. I just wanted to bring your attention to one thing here on PUD 139-01M. This is the 10X genomics. I just wanted to comment on that it is, because we did have a very lengthy discussion when we did vote on this about the color, and this is a change in the color. And Ms. Hodge she accommodated me today to go out there to compare and contrast the old material with the new material. So I did just want to thank her for that. And I just add a comment to the rest of the council about it. And also Councilmember Testa also was out there to look at them. But the material is very, very similar in color. The new material is more textured and a slight more sheen to it, I guess. Yeah, metallicness to it. And but it really is very, very similar. And there were very good reasons why the change needed to be done. So I just wanted to comment on that as well. And that's it, Mayor Brown.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or a motion for somebody that's not recusing themselves for items? Yes, Councilmember Testa. You're on mute.
I'll just echo what Vice Mayor Arkin said. We did go out and take a look, and we were assured that it will look fantastic. It's very similar to what had been approved, and so we will trust that it will look fantastic. So that's all.
Terrific.
Did you want a motion to?
Would you like to? Yeah. Would you like to make a motion?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, approve consent with Vice Mayor Arkin abstention. Well, did Councilmember Narum want to say something before?
Well, go ahead and make the motion and then we'll let her comment, please.
Okay, so yeah, I'll make the motion to approve the consent calendar with the abstention of Vice Mayor Arkin.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Narum. Zach, you're on mute.
Get off. I was just going to second it, and it's a recusal, right?
It is a recusal, yes.
Okay, we have a motion made and seconded. I have one comment. Councilmember Balch, do you have a comment or? Okay, I had one comment, and it is on the zoning administrator report, and this is a house that is in the Jensen tract, and they are a 1,500 square foot house, and they're adding a 1,200 square foot house in front of that house. And that piqued my interest. So I wanted to thank staff for sending me the plans. I did drive by the property to look at it, and now it makes more sense. So I see how one area of the building is set back and the other is forward, and they're basically going to make that flush, so, or virtually flush. So I felt much better about that. So That's the only comment that I have on the consent calendar. Since no one else has comments, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. Jocelyn?
Councilmember Testa,
Aye.
Narum,
Aye.
Arkin,
Aye.
Balch,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you very much. And I never know when to say yes or aye. So if anybody knows the policy on that, all the meetings I'm at seem to be a mixture of the two. It's always interesting. So with that, we're on to meeting open to the public. This is a chance to speak to your city council on items not listed on the agenda. You can talk about anything within, we only ask that you are speaking on items within our responsibility here in the city of Pleasanton. You have 3 minutes to speak and we want to hear from you. So call in and let us know what you think, again, on items not listed on our agenda. If it's listing on the agenda, we'll be to that shortly and you can comment on those items. So Jocelyn, do we have anyone that would like to speak tonight?
I have no speaker cards, but for members of the public who would want to speak, please raise your hand at this time. It appears we have no request to speak.
All right, I'll close agenda item 9, which is our public comment section. We do not have a proclamation this evening. Oftentimes we do, so we'll head right to our business of public hearings and other matters. As I stated, I moved our order, so I'd like to introduce an item. It's to discuss and consider the Downtown Parklet Grant Program to assist businesses approved to participate in the Downtown Parklet Program. Staff, could we have a report, please?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Pamela Ott, Deputy City Manager, and I am here this evening to help support this item, but I am going to turn the floor over to Lisa Adamos, who is our Economic Development Manager, as she's been instrumental in creating this program for your consideration this evening.
Thank you, Pamela. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And if you can just confirm that you see my PowerPoint. Great. Good evening, Mayor Brown and council members. First, I'd like to thank you for moving the item up. It's very much appreciated. As directed by the City Council at its December 21st meeting, where the Downtown Parklet program was presented and approved, I am here this evening to present a proposed Downtown Parklet grant program to help businesses with the associated costs of installing a parklet. As one of the city's numerous efforts during the COVID-19 pandemic, the City Council approved a business assistance program in April of 2020 to provide relief to local businesses affected by the pandemic. 4 program elements were implemented, and I'll focus on the Business Support Fund as it relates to this evening's topic. To aid local businesses affected by the pandemic with temporary closures and modified business operations, the City Council created a $3 million special fund, which provides 0% interest, unsecured short-term loans to independently or locally owned businesses. To date, over $1.3 million has assisted 115 Pleasanton businesses. And specifically in the downtown district, the city provided $584,000 to 43 downtown businesses. And of the 43, 22 were restaurants and 5 were retail businesses in the downtown. The repayment for the loans would commence on the first day of the month after the COVID-19 local emergency declaration is lifted by the City Council. And so it's recommended to allocate up to $250,000 of the previously approved $3 million to fund the Downtown Parklet Grant Program. This amount is based on the number of downtown businesses that operated a temporary pop-up. Therefore, we anticipate the proposed amount to be sufficient for the number of expected applications. However, if additional funding is necessary as the number of applicants is greater than anticipated, staff will provide a program update to the City Council with a request for consideration for additional program funding. So as the council directed staff to prepare a downtown parklet grant program, we researched similar existing grant programs and spoke with staff at other cities who have offered grant programs for outdoor operations. The proposed program is consistent with elements included in similar grant programs, particularly the amount proposed, eligibility requirements, and restrictions. So what we're proposing is the grant amount would be up to 50% of the total cost, not to exceed $10,000. And then as mentioned previously, the total program funds will not exceed $250,000. In terms of program availability, the timeline applications will be accepted on a first come, first served basis beginning March 1st of 2022, this year. And then we are proposing that the program will end 1 year from that date on March 1st of 2023, or until funds of the $250,000 have been exhausted, or a date determined by the City Council. And these dates were selected to align with the city's interest in supporting the development of parklets to offset impacts from COVID. Staff will provide program updates so council will have an opportunity to consider extending the timeframe if necessary. So now onto the details of the grant program. In terms of eligibility requirements and restrictions, under the Downtown Parklet Grant Program, these are the eligibility criteria, which is similar to the Business Support Loan Fund Program. But I will call attention to the first bullet, which in order to be eligible to receive grant funding, they need to be an approved parklet by the City of Pleasanton. And so they would have had to be approved by submitting an application for the Downtown Parklet Program. And then obviously be physically located in the downtown commercial district and possess an active City of Pleasanton business license. And then also be in good standing with the city and demonstrated compliance with the county health order. And lastly, be an eating or drinking establishment or a retail establishment, and that would be considered on a case-by-case basis. There are two items or two instances where a business would not be eligible to apply, and that would be corporately owned chain or franchise establishments, home-based businesses, or hotels. To determine eligible expenses approved for reimbursement, staff reviewed the requirements set forth in the Downtown Parklet Program and worked closely with our planning staff. Only expenses approved in the Parklet Program will be eligible for reimbursement. And so I've listed some eligible expenses here, which would include furniture, umbrellas, or other city-approved weather protection, lights, heaters, construction materials, physical improvements or construction services to install the approved parklet, and then the cost of architecture or design services with a limit that we're proposing up to $5,000. And if a business chooses to use the standard design as provided by the city under the Downtown Parklet Program, the expense of design services would be incurred by the city and not the business. And that's an incentive for a business to choose that standard design that the city is putting forth. And I've also listed some expenses that would not be eligible for reimbursement. And those are items such as business furniture that's not associated with or approved as part of the parklet permit, facade and other site improvements, as well as branded or sponsored type products or structures. The grant application process would be very simple, as we've done with the business loan program. So once the business receives approval by providing an application for the Downtown Parklet Program, they would receive their parklet and encroachment permits. And I'll add that the application process for a Downtown Parklet Program is now open. It opened last week. Once they received approval for that, then and went ahead and installed the parklet, then they can complete the grant application. They would provide required documentation of expenses with the application, including an itemization of the qualifying expenses and copies of any dated receipts and paid invoices. And then at that point, city staff will have a review period and then notify the business of their approval of their reimbursement amount. And we expect that we would have about a 2-week turnaround, which is exactly what we had for the loan program. Oops. Sorry. And so to gather feedback on the program, we, at the January 20th Economic Vitality Committee meeting, the EVC was presented with the approved downtown Parklet program and asked for feedback on the proposed downtown Parklet grant program. The EVC provided general support for the Parklet grant program as outlined, and then some EVC members suggested expanding the Parklet grant program citywide. So that would be to restaurants and/or retail outside of the downtown district. And in terms of notifying businesses about this discussion this evening, city staff notified downtown businesses that had temporary pop-ups, and the Downtown Association emailed notifications or emailed a notification to downtown businesses so that they had the opportunity to speak tonight on this program. So we are asking for City Council to approve. These are the recommendations from staff. We are asking the City Council to approve the Downtown Parklet Grant Program as part of the Business Assistance Program to assist businesses approved to participate in the Downtown Parklet Program. And we are asking to allocate up to $250,000 from the Business Assistance Program Fund for the Downtown Parklet Grant Program. And if additional funds are needed, staff will request consideration by the City Council. And if that's, I'm sorry, if additional funds are needed based on more applications being submitted, then we would go back to the City Council for consideration of increasing that. And then lastly, provide direction to explore expanding the Parklet Grant Program citywide. And that's the end of my presentation.
All right, thank you, Ms. Adamas. That's terrific. Yeah. If I have any clarifying questions from council, just go ahead and do the raise hand feature, please. Councilmember Testa.
Okay, so you said that the application process for the grant Parklet approval has already started. Do we have the guidelines complete?
Yes, so the Downtown Parklet Program application, online ability for businesses to apply for that began last week. So that's all based on the approved Parklet program that the City Council approved in December and then clarified earlier this month.
Okay, so I didn't realize that. I should have gone on and taken a look. So the structure, the example that the cities provided, what did you call it? The preferred design?
Yeah, the standard design for a parklet.
Okay. And so that's all available at this point. Everything's there.
I believe that staff is working with the architect to finalize the standard. And so I believe that that will be prepared and ready later in February, possibly early March.
Councilmember Testa, if I could jump in. What's ready right now is the design review portion of the program that the council approved. You'll recall that the council asked for that as an option. And so that's available currently. Other businesses who are interested in the standard design that we're developing with Dahling Group here in Pleasanton, that won't be available till closer to the end of March. They will need to wait to apply because they won't have the specifications, but their process will be truncated because they won't have to go through a significant review because we've already done all that work on their behalf. So the design review portion of the program is live and ready to go.
Great, you guys, great. Got it, got on it, got it fast. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Balch.
Yeah, thank you very much. So Lisa, if I may ask, how did you come up, and maybe you said this or touched on it, how did you guys come up with the $10,000 amount, I guess I should ask?
Sure. So in speaking with other cities about their grant programs, it was pretty consistent with what has been provided in terms of a grant. And grants that we've seen in other cities have ranged from 5,000 to 10,000 for outdoor operations. And then also when the city had a Parklet program a few years back in the downtown, the Parklet, the approximate cost of that was $20,000. And so thinking that we would reimburse about 50% of a potential total cost of building a Parklet, which and that one was pretty elaborate. That's how we came to the $10,000 amount.
Okay.
It would be up to 50%.
Okay, and then if I may, so design review application process is open and available. Do you mind letting me know what is the fee the city is currently charging for design review?
So I believe that, and Pamela, jump in if you know this, because I'm not sure if I know it off the top of my head, but I believe that we are. Yeah, I'm actually not sure what the cost is for the design review.
Councilmember Botch, if I remember correctly, it is $250 is the design review application fee.
Thank you.
And the oh, I see Ms. Clark get on. And then we're waiving the first year's license fee, I'll call it for lack of a better word. Is that correct?
Correct, as part of your downtown Parklet program. Correct.
Okay. And then staff, I just maybe would like you to clarify, I really do understand construction materials being reimbursable, construction services being reimbursable, architectural and design services. Could you elaborate why the recommendation is umbrellas, lights, and heaters? And I say that because those are very movable objects, right? That could move to a backyard patio or private property. So I just want to make sure I understand why we think we should be extending the grant reimbursement to those.
So in looking at other grant programs that are similar in nature, those were also items that were included and eligible for reimbursement. And because those are items that are approved in the downtown Parklet program, staff felt that it would be appropriate to reimburse those types of expenses.
So presumably if a heater lasted a season, let's call it a season or a year, right, in the Parklet program, based on where we're at on the recommendation, that would be acceptable if it wasn't able to have a long-term benefit beyond that.
Correct.
Okay, that concludes my questions at this.
Councilmember Botch, I did a bit of checking while Lisa was answering your question, and I gave you an incorrect number. It was about $325 for the design review application. So I just wanted to correct that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Director Clark, you logged on. I didn't know if you had a follow-on comment.
Oh, no, I was just going to chime in on any of the community development process items, but Pam handled them very well. So I'll be
What
quiet.
a team. Yay, what a team. All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Arkin, did you have some questions?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of questions. And I just wanted to clarify one that Councilmember Balch kind of already alluded to on the average cost of a parklet. Lisa, you mentioned probably a maximum cost would be about $20,000. So 50% would be the maximum of $10,000 for the grant program, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, and that's the type of parklet that was constructed, the one that the city did a few years ago. And so I'm not aware, but I'm not aware of what the temporary pop-ups, the more elaborate pop-ups, what the cost was for those, but it was consistent with other cities. About 10,000 would be an appropriate amount.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I had is, since we're doing a maximum of $250,000, so that would, be applicable to 25. And is that about how many potential parklets we have in our downtown that could be constructed?
So during, when the city allowed the temporary pop-ups, we had 22 businesses in the downtown apply to have a temporary pop-up. And so that was a number that we used as well to determine the anticipated number of applicants that we would get.
Okay, and you feel that would be a sufficient limit? The 250,000 would pretty much sufficiently cover any business that was interested in pursuing this?
Yes.
Okay.
And as I mentioned, if we find that applications are more than anticipated, we can come back and request an additional amount by city council.
Okay, okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. I had to turn off my microphone because a train went by. We are literally downtown. All right, thank you. Councilmember Narum, any questions of staff?
Yeah, just one. Thank you, Lisa. A question in the staff report under discussion in the first paragraph. It references reimbursing eligible expenses incurred by the business related to the development, the construction, and the operation of the parklet. And I'm wondering what operation means here, what that would equate to. Because when I think of operation, I think of things running, so as opposed to physical things.
Sure. And I think that we use the word operation in terms of lighting and heating. And so that was, I think, the items that we were referencing when we mean operation.
Okay. But you're not thinking, I don't have a good example, things that they would use in the course of business, serving dinner. These are more, okay. All right. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I was thinking cleaning and things like that are sort of part of the operation. All right, Lisa, I just have two quick questions for you. When you're looking at furniture, we have had restaurants that left very inexpensive plastic chairs out in front of their dining establishment for waiting lines. And they seem very light and could blow in the wind. That's my number one concern, is that they might blow off and you're in the middle of the street. Do we have any guidelines for what furniture or these seating minimum standards could be?
I think we would look towards the application that's submitted for the downtown Parklet program. And if those items are approved, furniture items for the downtown Parklet program, then they would be eligible for the grant program.
Okay, I just wouldn't want them in our pop-ups, in our parklets if they are, could be windblown, I guess. And same with branded or sponsored type products. You state they're not eligible for reimbursement, but are they eligible at all for use? Can you have branded umbrellas on Main Street as part of the Parkland program?
I don't believe so. And I consulted with planning, and I believe, like signage and things like logos on umbrellas, I don't believe would be approved in the downtown Parklet program. And so we just wanted to be clear. And so we included it on the grant program as well.
Signage is not permitted within the exterior of the parklet, so that would include branded umbrellas or furnishings.
Perfect. That does make that A plus B makes C. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for the information that they could get the payment within a 2-week period of time. That's important. I did have one more question. Oh, so some restaurants had 2 parklets. So if you have 2 parking spaces and therefore 2 parklets, would you be eligible for twice or 50% of 2 parklets?
I'm going to probably, and I'll let Pamela chime in as well. I would say probably not, because I think the business, it would be up to 10,000 per business, not per parklet.
Okay, right. So if you had 2, 50% of each one is 5,000, rough numbers. So one business could have 10,000 for 2 parklets, or basically 5,000 for one.
Correct, as long as both are approved by in the downtown Parklet program.
Right. Deputy City Manager, were you wanting to add to that?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I was just going to clarify, even if they had 2 parking spaces, I don't think we'd consider that 2 different parklets. It would still be considered 1 parklet. And so it would be eligible for up to $10,000, as Lisa said, per business for that parklet.
I will be interested to see what the public's, anybody from the business community wants to call in on that. But our temporary parklet that we did as a demo was 1 parking space. And if it was a certain price, it would seem that 2 parking spaces would be double that. But sometimes they're an economy of scale. So we'll see. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Seeing no other hands, I'm going to open the public hearing. And if you would like to let the council know what you think, ask us a question, and then we can turn around and ask the city staff should we feel that's important. And call in, let us know what you think. Please let us know your name and your address if you don't mind. All right, thank you. Do we have anybody from the public that would like to speak on this agenda item? Jocelyn?
Yes, the first speaker is Maurice Dissels.
All right.
Hello.
Good evening. Welcome, Mr. Dissels. It's all yours. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor. How is everyone doing today?
We are peachy keen. We're wonderful here. Downtown Pleasanton.
Thank you. Awesome, awesome. So I have one question and a couple of observations. One is I'll save the question for last, but I recall the city parklet was not that elaborate, and in my opinion, and that costs $20,000. And if I'm correct, that was built some 5-6 years ago. Does anyone know the timeline of that? Is that an accurate statement?
That sounds about right, but I don't want you to run out of time. So go.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure someone else will pick up where I left off. I don't know if you all are aware right now, but the cost of materials has quadrupled from 5 or 6 years ago. I know this because of the cost of our materials to build our parklet. And with respect to the grant covering furniture and fixture and heaters, I think that is a good proposal because, if you already have an existing patio, it's going to be furnished. It's going to be probably already have attached heaters. So there's no danger of you taking those heaters to heat some other place other than what is intended for that parklet that you've just recently constructed. And then my question is, with respect to the grant, can anyone tell me if, for instance, I would be eligible, given that my parklet was built in such a way that I could deconstruct it and reconstruct it? Would I then have an opportunity to submit, documentation or whatever for the costs of my parklet, because essentially it's been built a year ago with some additional costs of, the undercarriage and to reach some of the new requirements. But essentially we're planning to reconstruct our parklet. And if anyone on the city can tell me if there's any objections to that. That's all I have.
Okay. All right. Why don't you just hang on the line here a little bit?
Sure.
Would Director Clark like to answer the use of reusing the wood that he used, but this time meeting the requirements of the city's designs?
I think it's actually more of a policy question for the grant program. If you would like to allow someone to, whether it's repurposing a previously constructed parklet or elements of a parklet, perhaps that were purchased during the pandemic, that's something the city council could choose to explicitly allow if you felt it was appropriate. Pam or Lisa, you have other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would just agree with you, Ellen. I think as long as the parklet design and materials are consistent and approved by the downtown parklet program, then they would be eligible for reimbursement.
We anticipated this question, Mayor, and knew that that would be part of the program, that if they could demonstrate that they had purchased materials and meet all the criteria, then we were trying to make it so that as many people as possible who wanted the parklets could have them and participate in the grant program.
Awesome. Yeah. Recycle that wood. It is expensive and valuable, as you stated. All right. So hopefully you've got your answers, Mr. Disla, and we're on to our next question. Do we have anybody else from the public?
Yes, the next speaker is Andre Pegaron, followed by Cartel Chianti Reserve.
Hi, City Council. I just want to say first up top, I'm in favor of this program. I think that using city funds to improve and maximize the business activity and the social activity in our downtown is exactly what our city government should be doing. If you'll forgive me, I'm going to look ahead a little bit to kind of generate some other ideas along this same line of how can we use money to make our downtown even more active in the business and social domains. I would like to suggest something called a parking benefit district. This is something where if we could add a simple amendment to the city charter, we would have low-cost parking spaces that would then feed a central fund that would then pay for these improvements that we're talking about. So instead of taking city funds, I know you have to watch your budget, we could have programs that pay for themselves to beautify the downtown. We could use it on benches, parklets, plants. We could make it a botanical garden. Who knows? The possibilities are endless, but it's a great way to generate revenue. It also would have the side effect of making parking spaces more available as people vacate them more quickly. So I think part of this maximizing the business and social activity of downtown also begs another question. We are saying that it is a good idea to take away half of the street and give it to people who are socializing, who are eating, who are spending time with friends and family. If that's a good trade, we should also think it's a good idea to move into the rest of the street and give that to people who are socializing and spending money and hanging out and smiling, instead of simply allowing it to be a parking lot for downtown or people just driving through who could use First Street or Peters, say. Part of maximizing the business and social activity in downtown, and we can do this for a very, very low price, might involve using bollards to open up the street for pedestrians and limit motor vehicle traffic. We can still have deliveries, we can still have emergency services, you just won't have loud, noisy, polluting cars driving right by you as you're enjoying a dinner on Main Street. When you build your house, I doubt you parked your car in the dining room. You had a garage nearby. I think we should use the same idea for downtown. It should be very, very easy to get up to downtown. It should be very, very easy to access downtown in your car. But once we are actually on Main Street and are there to be with friends, to walk, to smile, maybe to roll around on roller skates or ride bikes, we shouldn't have loud, dangerous, polluting cars limiting that enjoyment of the downtown. So in addition to this project that I support of making downtown better for business and better socially with this grant program, I also implore you to consider for the future implementing a parking benefit district and limiting motor traffic on Main Street. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right.
The next speaker is Cartel Chianti Reserve.
Mayor, may I make a comment before we go to the next speaker?
Of course.
I would just like to support the speaker's comments, and I have to wonder if he had come down this last summer to the weekends on Main, because everything you asked for, we were doing, and we will be doing some form of it again this upcoming summer, because we agree it was a wonderful experience, and to be able to walk freely on Main Street without the vehicles was lovely. So looking forward to doing it again.
Thank you. If Andre's still listening. All right, our next speaker, Cartel Chianti.
I actually don't see them in the room, Mayor, so that would be our last speaker.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you for our two speakers that called in, and I will close the public hearing, bring it back to the City Council for ideas, support, thoughts, motions, on the Parklet grant program. Anyone want to start? Oh, that was quick. Councilmember Testa.
Okay, well, I am very pleased that we are offering the grant program. It's something that many of us have been talking about for a long time. So, and I'm very pleased. The staff report looks great. The recommendations, the flexibility, really giving opportunities to be flexible with it. I absolutely support the extending the grants to other businesses outside of downtown. And if we in fact are going to do that, if there's support from council to do that, I would also ask that we increase the amount that would be available. And on that, one of the things that I wanted to ask about was the funds that we have identified. I think it's an appropriate fund, the leftover from the small business loans, but it's identified, the funding is identified as general fund dollars. I had a conversation earlier today with our Tina Olson, our Tina, what is her title?
Finance Director.
Finance Director, thank you. And one of the questions that I had was, and I've had repeatedly over the last year, is how we used our American Rescue Plan funds and why wouldn't those funds be made available for this use and some others. I was in a meeting last week where many cities, it was a Cal Cities meeting, and we were all talking about how our American Rescue Plan dollars were being used. So my request was that we actually set some of those dollars aside because this is a very appropriate use. The response I got was that the American Rescue Act funds, which are significant, over $8 million worth, were parked in our general fund. So my question to my fellow council members would be, do we want to ask that the funds be identified as out of that? Or I would ask Ms. Olson to explain that really what we're using, even though it's coming out of our general fund, is in fact American Rescue Plan dollars, and be on the record as being such, that it really is not our local general fund dollars, but in fact American Rescue Act that are intended to be used, these dollars, for small business support and COVID relief uses. So can I ask Ms. Olson to kind of share some thoughts on that?
Absolutely. You know what, before you jump in, Tina, is that I was going to ask Ms. Adamos to put up the 3 things that we're going to be voting on for motion so we can kind of stick to our topic. If you don't mind sharing screens for the items that we are going to be voting on, and so that we can make sure we stay on that. And then, of course, Director Olson, would you like to confirm or comment on the source of funds?
Do you want me to do that now?
Please.
Yeah, okay. Councilmember Testa is correct. And you might remember, we allocated the city's American Relief funds in the budget. It was $8.5 million, and we allocated it evenly between the fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23 budget. One of the eligible uses is to replace lost revenues, and we could demonstrate we had more than that lost revenues from the pandemic. There are other eligible program costs, and help for small businesses like this are qualifying projects. When she asked me about it, we could say theoretically, of that $4.5 million that's sitting in the fiscal year 21-22 budget, $250,000 is targeted for this grant program, and I mean, that's fine. Yeah. If that answers your question.
But to be clear, it can also offset the losses of a city,
Yeah,
not just directed to the businesses.
exactly.
All right.
And that is how we've allocated it. It's general fund money. But if you want to say it's targeted for this, that's fine too.
Okay, thank you very much. All right.
So I appreciate that. And so with that, I would like to make a motion. I would
Okay.
like to make a motion to support staff's recommendation with the, let's see, downtown grant Parklet program. I'd like the motion to recommend approval. And I would like to recommend that in fact, we extend, so this would be the third bullet, to businesses outside of the downtown. And in doing so, I would like the motion to include that we would allocate yet another $100,000 to make the amount $350,000 from the business assistance program funds.
Okay, that is not staff recommendation. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We have a motion made, and Councilmember Arkin, Vice Mayor Arkin.
Yes, I'll go ahead and second that motion. Just to clarify though, I would ask that it be clarified that 250,000 is for the downtown Parklet program, and that 100,000 would be for other businesses outside of the downtown. Is that correct? Is that what your intent is?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks for the clarification.
Then I will, yes, then I will second that. And my comments are, yeah, thank you to staff for bringing this forward. I think everything looks great on it. I agree with the eligible expenses. I wholeheartedly agree with extending, another $100,000 to businesses outside of the downtown as well, because they've suffered during COVID too. So I really do hope this program does help our restaurants and possibly retailers downtown. I would also, let's see, I would also agree that the prior expenses, Mr. Dissel's, if he is in compliance with everything, all of the materials are in compliance with in the design standard, and he has proof of payment, that sort of thing. Absolutely, they should be able to apply for the grant to pay for their prior existing Parklet. So I'm in agreement with that as well. The only other comment I would say on this, and this can come back to us because we don't have anything tonight to talk about really, but I would like staff to kind of look into what else we could do for the retailers in our downtown, particularly in our downtown. If there is any sort of, Councilmember Testa mentioned our Cal Cities meeting, and the breakout group I was in, another council member said that they gave residents in town gift cards to use in their downtown in order to stimulate business and help the businesses during COVID. I thought that was a great idea, but I know there could be a lot of other creative ideas out there that maybe we could do. I think, COVID has impacted all of our businesses. And I think this is a great program we are doing, which will primarily affect our restaurants and benefit our restaurants, which is wonderful, and benefit our community. But with the land with the parklets and the grant program and everything, I think is wonderful. I'm very supportive, but I would also like us to look into what could we do something for our retailers. So I'd like to request that something like that come back. And I could mention it under matters initiated too, but since we're on topic with this, I'd like to say it now. So with that, I'll end my comments. I'm just very supportive of the motion and looking forward to this going forward.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Narum.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and support this. I'm particularly interested also in having this evaluated for businesses, restaurants in particular, outside of downtown. We have, there are a number of them that are long standing businesses that have given back continually to the community. And I think it's only right that they get some consideration. I also agree that I think we need to try to balance a little bit if there's something we can do for our downtown retailers in particular to support them. I certainly would be all in for that. I think the biggest thing about this is, you know, you go to some of the other downtowns in the Bay Area that have parklets and maybe, you know, actually we're doing them ahead of COVID. So they were well designed. We've seen some pictures of them. Frankly, I'm very excited at the thought of what our downtown, what our Main Street can look like with the design that staff has come up with and what I'm sure are going to be some of the unique features that our restaurants will come up with. And I have full confidence in Maurice that he will be one of the unique ones and it just continue to add to our eclectic look. So I'm all for this, and I certainly appreciate the quickness of the response from staff as well. That's it for me.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Balch.
Yeah, so I support I'll just maybe start, maybe I'll ask staff a little bit too here. So I definitely support the $250,000 program that the staff has presented. I will mention I'm a little concerned that we're throwing out $100,000 to non-downtown businesses because I don't know the basis of that number. And so I'd be more comfortable, friendly amendment if we could maybe ask staff to kind of come up with that. Because one thing that helped me here with the program was that the Economic Vitality Commission and Ms. Adamos, you know, they told us the basis for the $250,000. How many downtown parklets, how many they expected to do, the cost of the parklet program. So $100,000 for non-downtown businesses feels a bit arbitrary to me with public money. It could be woefully insufficient or it could be sufficient. And I don't have enough information to possibly be able to support that element of the motion. That's part one. And then part two is I wanted to just clarify with staff. My understanding from the EVC conversation is that, and then with my follow-up with staff after, is that these non-downtown businesses don't have a similar parklet program. They're not on the right of way on a street. They're in a private parking lot. Does staff have a comment on that or could elaborate? I see Ms. Ott's hand up or.
If the mayor will allow me, Mayor Brown.
Please, please.
That's why my hand was up.
This is my question as well, so I look for it. Yes.
So thank you. That's why my hand was up as the council is going through their comments and discussion. So Councilmember Balch is correct that the nature of outdoor dining outside of downtown is a little bit different. It's not a parklet like we think of it in a public right of way or in a public parking space. They are all generally on private property, right? And we have a separate process for that. It's through the Community Development Department's outdoor dining process rather than this downtown parklet program that we specifically created for you for downtown. And so to Councilmember Balch's point, I just wanted to be clear as the staff that's bringing this forward to you that our recommendation, or at least our ask for direction, and what we heard from you tonight is largely that there's interest in expanding a program similar to this to outside of downtown, but we need to go back and do some additional work to return and figure out how exactly that would get applied to the outdoor dining processes that we have for other locations that are not in downtown. And so just really wanted to clarify that for the council this evening.
All right, thank you. I heard a request for a friendly amendment. Go ahead, Councilmember Balch, if you want to elaborate.
Yeah, and I apologize because I realize it's a bit conversational. So I want to maybe start with my comments. The program as outlined by the Economic Development Team for the Downtown Parklet program and the grants, while I'm a little nervous about the furniture, the heaters or lights, I definitely support the concept of helping with this program, right? And if a business wants to take the kit Parklet program, we've helped them even further because obviously there's no delay through a design review process, right? So the city is taking on quite a large lift in this beyond the grant program per se we're looking at. But going outside of the downtown Parklet program, I definitely support. I just would love to get some additional clarity as to, well, one, make sure it's a success. I feel like with the current motion, it might be throwing money out at something we want to achieve without possibly fully coming up with the plan. So with that, I would suggest or ask for a friendly amendment to constrain it to this one. And maybe we just modify that fourth bullet to say, and direct staff to come back with a non-downtown plan. I think that's what I'm trying to do.
Which is really the staff recommendation. All right, so Councilmember Testa, you made the motion. Councilmember Narum, you have your hand up. I'm not sure if you still intend to speak. Okay. Councilmember Testa, I have not done my comments, but I'm feeling very similar to Councilmember Balch in that we have this downtown is really a first try at it. As Mr. Diesel mentioned, we tried the single Parklet and it was a failure. This is a big program to start doing permanent or semi-permanent Parklets on our main street. I'd really like to give it a try, see how it goes, but those are city right away, city parking spaces located right in front of existing restaurants, in this case, restaurants. And I can see that the Parklet program citywide would be a very different configuration. And I'd prefer to come back with a plan. So I'm going to support that idea as well. But you have the motion on the floor, Councilmember Testa. So let's return the floor back to you.
Gosh, it doesn't seem that complicated to me. It seems like it should be, all you have to do is drive through town and you see what other restaurants in other parts of town are doing. And I really think that we should be, if we were going to do it, that should have come forward tonight also. I think that there was a lot of concern about other restaurants in other parts of town feeling like, well, we all love our downtown. Our other restaurants around town are so valuable, and I just think we should have had that ready for tonight if we wanted it to be separate. I don't think it's that complicated. So I guess I would ask Vice Mayor Arkin if she would support the amendment. And if so, then I could be agreeable to it. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think we should. But Vice Mayor Arkin, would you support that amendment?
You know, I too think it's something, you know, giving an extra 100,000, which would be a maximum of 10,000, 50%, same thing, for a parklet or expansion of outdoor dining for a restaurant outside of downtown, since they may not, a parklet in and of itself may not be feasible for them. I mean, that's something I wholeheartedly support. And I will tell you, there are some restaurants in town outside of our downtown that have really struggled, and some could make the argument that outside of downtown has had a harder time because they didn't have the street closures and everything during the summer. So I really think we should do something. I'd be agreeable to, I don't want to wait to see how this goes, because now we're talking 6 months or so. If this were to come back at the next meeting, have something that comes back, this should not be that difficult to do, that something come back of 100,000, or if there's a staff recommendation for a little more than that, or whatever amount staff may think is reasonable, up to 10,000, the same parameters that we're looking at tonight, for outside, you know, maybe take account of how many other businesses, other restaurants in town would possibly be interested, or what have you. And then maybe have something to the effect of, it doesn't necessarily have to be a parklet per se, but maybe expansion of their outdoor dining, something to assist them in helping during COVID. I would be agreeable to that.
You know,
So-
$5,000 won't get you very far in outside dining design. And if I look at like a Eddie Pappas, for example, he already has outside. Are we going to put a spot in the parking lot? Or are we looking at, I mean, I don't have a problem with the 100,000 and I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just trying to craft what we're asking staff to do. I do see our interim city manager with his hand up. But how you would manage it and how you would distribute it and what those designs would look like, to me it's very early. It's not the 100,000, it's the design.
Well,
So-
that's what I'm saying. If it's expansion of it could, for instance, Eddie Pappas, you brought up Eddie Pappas. He did expand for COVID. Oh, so if he had the receipts, just like Mr. Dissels has for his deconstructed parklet, that could be a reimbursable expense for him because that is what helped him through COVID. So I think there's a lot of ways to make this work, that it could work equitably to other businesses in town. So my request would be, I would go ahead and support the motion as is tonight. If next time at our next meeting that we have something brought forward for businesses outside of the downtown.
So you're putting a $100,000 earmark on bullet number 3, but you're asking for it to come back.
Would rather it not come back. We are trying to be agreeable.
Okay.
You know what? It doesn't have to be 100,000. I mean, staff can look at it
That's
and
the
see what
motion.
it,
Okay.
that item, that addendum, if you will, could come back at the next meeting. I'm not really agreeable to seeing how it goes because I think we're talking about months
Okay.
away, and I don't think that's really fair.
All right, Councilmember Balch, and do you want to yield the floor to the city manager and then take the floor? All right, sorry, Mr. Dolan?
I just wanted to say, it's not reasonable to expect this to be done by when the packet goes out a week from today. Maybe we could have something by the meeting after that.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Balch.
So I apologize. I will not be able to support a motion throwing $100,000 at a program that I don't know what the program is. I just can't do that in my personal duty as a CPA and a fiscal representative of this community. I would like to understand a program. I will mention that if the parameters are exactly what we just said, we're talking about 10 potential non-downtown businesses. And that's where I get a little bit challenged, and I have learned not to do this from the dais. Let staff come up with a program. So I will just say time-wise, what I'm hoping is Lisa, Ms. Adamos and Ms. Ott put this plan together for the grant program, not the design review program, I should mention, but for the grant program fairly quickly. I believe we directed them in the December meeting, and we're here at the end of, beginning of February. So when we're talking about $100,000 of public money, I would like staff to come up with a plan to how to effectively distribute that, reimburse that, and have an impact and recommend an amount based upon some data for my support. And I believe that given how rapidly they've done it for this program, they would be able to do it fairly expeditiously in the future here. So my direction where I'm going, the motion would have to just be to ask staff to look into that and come back. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to, Mr. Dolan's hand is still up. I assume everything's okay. All right, good. I'm going to ask that Councilmember Test to make a bifurcate and do agenda items 1 and 2, and then we'll vote on item 3 if you could. Is that acceptable to you? City Attorney, is that okay if I bifurcate this?
The maker of the motion?
I'm asking the maker of the motion to make her motion on item 1 and 2, bullet 1 and 2, and then come back for bullet 3.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay, so we're going to,
Is
and is
that
that all
good?
right for the vice mayor?
But you know what, though, I'm going to, before, I will bifurcate. but I have to say, I think it's pretty clear to say, I think it's being overcomplicated and to suggest that it's irresponsible to say that the businesses outside of downtown would be able to evaluate their needs and expenses that they've already put into the outdoor dining. It's just not that difficult. It's not that complicated, but I'm willing to do that. Okay.
All right, and the maker of the second, Vice Mayor Arkin, is that all right with the bifurcation?
Yes, I am fine with seconding the motion for the first two bullets. And, you know, I would just say though that, you know, yes, these are public funds. These are American recovery dollars that we have asked to earmark those for this type of program. And that is what the purpose of those dollars were supposed to be for from the government.
Yes.
So I just want to make that clear that this isn't all, for lack of a better term, willy-nilly. I mean, this is something that we are doing that a lot of other cities have already done with their recovery with American Recovery Rescue dollars. So I just want to be sure that we're clear on that. But I would be happy to still second the motion for the first two bullets.
Okay, I'm going to circle back around because Councilmember Nair's been quiet before we take a vote. Did you have anything else to add?
No, I, you know, in thinking about it, I'm tending to agree with Councilmember Balch that I don't think anybody's questioning grants and providing help to restaurants outside of downtown. I think it's, let's just have a program. How many are there? And then come up with a number, just like we did for downtown. And I don't see that adding things. I do see this as different though, in that it's on private land. I think I suspect some of the ADA requirements are going to be a little bit different. It's not completely apples to apples. So I'd say bifurcate it and let's see where we go. But certainly, you know, the downtown piece of it is ready to go and we need to support it and get that in motion so the restaurants know what they have to depend on or can count on.
Okay, so for the record, we have a motion made and seconded to approve staff recommendation for the first two bullets. Would you please take a roll call vote, Jocelyn?
Can I ask one more question before we take the roll call? On the downtown, we're pointing out that most of the outdoor dining outside of downtown would be on private, like sidewalks. Well, sidewalks not private, that's still, or in a parking lot. We have a couple in downtown. Are they eligible for these dollars? Vic's, who's done just a lovely outdoor dining area, but it's in a private parking lot. And Fast Track it's on the sidewalk, which is public land, I believe, and they're eligible as well, even though they're not in a parking space. Can we just get clarification on that? And I think that there's probably a couple that I've missed, but I can't remember.
Okay, and sidetrack. All right. Deputy City Manager Pam Ott.
Yes, there's always exceptions to the rule. Councilmember Testa, and you pointed out sidetrack, and he has a different program, and that particular business is applying for a different kind of outdoor dining permit, so wouldn't be included as part of the Parklet program. We are working with VIX. I do understand that they're not in a parking space, but I think the intent was that they were creating something of a parklet. So we are looking at that program and trying to work with them as best we can. So as part of this this program, if they want to participate.
And because I couldn't quite hear you, you were saying VIX you're working with, and you think that would be allowable, is what you're saying.
Yes, we are working with them. It's a little different because VIX is now taking parking spaces in a parking lot that's effectively private, right? They're not in a space that's in that's on the street and in city parking spaces. And so a slightly different animal to the regular Parklet program, but we do understand that they're downtown, and wherever we can work with them to help them participate in this program. I think that's the intent of staff and of the council as well. So we just need a little bit of leeway to work with VIX to get them to where they want to be ultimately. So I think that answers your question.
Yeah, and so sidetracked, for example, the other program that's being discussed, they would actually probably qualify for the other outdoor dining because it wouldn't be Parklet specific. Is that likely the case?
I'd have to go back and look, Councilmember Chest, at what he's proposed and what he's been talking to staff colleagues about. As I said, the intent is for folks who want to participate in this Parklet program, and we want to support all the businesses in downtown within our ability to do so. And so I'd really have to look more closely at what Sidetrack is proposing and how he aligns with this program versus our other outdoor dining guidelines.
Okay, so you weren't, I misunderstood you then. I thought you had said he did not qualify. So
he's
both
not
of those.
creating. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Take a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, City Clerk, could we take a roll call vote on bullet 1 and 2?
Yes. Councilmember Testa,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Arkin,
Aye.
Councilmember Balch,
Aye.
Councilmember Narum,
Aye.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and now our next motion is on bullet 3. It is for $100,000 and it is to fund a citywide Parklet grant program. Is that right? Head nod. And that is motion's been made by Councilmember Testa and seconded by Vice Mayor Arkin. Is that acceptable?
I
Okay.
would like to, I'm sorry, Mayor Brown, I would like to ask for an amendment on that maybe we don't say the $100,000. Maybe if staff's going to come back with this, then come back with a recommendation on the amount as well. If they're going to put effort into looking, how this would work, maybe they could come back with a recommendation on an amount. So maybe leave that open.
Well, if that's the case, should we even be making a motion? I think what we are hearing is there is not the support to make this motion tonight. So can we withdraw the motion and give staff direction that we want to have a program as discussed brought forward as soon as possible, hopefully within the next 1 to 2 meetings. Is that what we're looking at?
Okay, so staff recommendation, but come forward in the next approximately 1 to 2 meetings if possible. And
Right.
then they will come up with some funding. As you're saying, you're offering something in the range of 100,000, but you're not making it a part of the motion
Well,
as discussion.
it sounds like a motion isn't really necessary or appropriate at this point. It sounds
We
like
need to
there's-
make a motion for a bullet 3 because we have not directed staff to come back with a Parklet program citywide yet.
Well, provide direction doesn't have to be a motion, does it? I wouldn't have thought, but staff, are you looking for a motion on this or just direction?
Council Member Testa, I think in this case, given all the discussion you've had this evening, and just to be really clear for our minutes and for other direction, it would be helpful if we had a motion.
Council Member or Vice Mayor Arkin, would you like to make that motion?
Sure.
Okay.
I will move that to direct staff to come back, hopefully in two meetings away, with a expanded Parklet grant program citywide. Should it be a certain amount? And I think the amount should be a staff recommendation as well. So I'll just leave it at that as the motion.
I think it could be a higher amount, given that we're going to
Could be.
look at it in this form.
Sure.
Yes.
It could be.
When it comes back, we can discuss
Yes.
pricing, right? Okay.
Okay, was that clear enough? Enough clarity on that?
And Councilmember Testa did a second. I didn't hear that in the minutes.
No, I'll let someone else do the second. Thank you.
I will
Friendly
second.
amendment that it can be, yeah. Friendly amendment, it can be at staff's direction when to bring it back, given the volume of work we're putting on staff. And we already have 4 meetings in February. So if you would just let them bring it back when they can, I'm all in for a second.
I would say in March. How about if we say in March?
Staff, can you do that? Is that acceptable?
I think that we're doing this one tonight. I think to only be fair to the other businesses, to keep waiting and waiting and waiting, I think isn't fair. So
When everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. I'm just
I'll
trying to
second
point
the
out.
motion, Vice Mayor, with March as the target date.
Okay. All right, we have a motion made and seconded. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Arkin,
aye.
Councilmember Testa,
Aye.
Councilmember Balch,
Aye.
Councilmember Narum,
Aye.
Mayor Brown.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Okay, we've got plans for the future. We've got support for our downtown businesses. We did great. All right, we're on to agenda item 11. And for those of you that are at home, it is an overview of the city's water conservation program and to provide direction on the city's water efficient lawn conversion rebate plan. And could we have a staff report, please?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Kathleen Yurchak, Director of Operations and Water Utilities. Tonight, our Managing Director of Utilities and Environmental Services, Dan Rep, will be making the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council, and good evening, members of the public. So I'll start by sharing my screen, and if I can get some acknowledgement as soon as I get my screen up.
All right, Dan, that looks terrific.
Okay, good. So as Director Yurchak mentioned, we're going to talk about our water efficient lawn conversion program tonight. So we'll get going here. So we'll begin with an overview. We'll talk about a few things tonight. First of all, we'll talk about some of our water conservation services and rebates that we currently offer our city residents. We'll talk about the water efficient lawn conversion program, otherwise known as the WELL program, and it's as a excuse me. So and then we'll move on and talk about the options that staff is proposing around this program. We'll discuss the staff recommendation around the program. We'll end with a conversation around financial impacts, and we'll go from there. Talking a little bit about the water conservation services and rebates that we offer our customers, we have several, beginning with just general water conservation customer assistance, where anyone can contact our staff and get information, whether verbal guidance or written guidance, or see our website about lots of ideas about water conservation. We also have, or we did have a number of water efficiency outreach and educational events that were conducted at various times, and most of that's on hold while we wait out the COVID program or COVID issues. And then moving on, we also offer a controller assistance program where we actually work one-on-one with customers virtually to help them with scheduling or developing schedules for the water system controllers and coming up with water efficient programs for, as people try to work on their controller systems. So that's kind of a nice program, and it's been working real well virtually. We offer a number of free water efficient devices, aerators. We offer a leak detection device for your toilets and low flow shower heads. We also offer free signage for some of our commercial customers if they're interested, for things like lavatories, things like hotels and so on. So these are all things that we offer our customers. We also are participating in regional programs and support regional programs. And so three of the most notable ones here, first of all, Zone 7 Water Agency has a program for clothes washer rebates. And they also have a program around weather-based irrigation controller rebates. Also, they offer, the topic of tonight is this water efficient lawn conversion program as well. And for all the things that I just mentioned, I think it's important for us to remind ourselves that all of our any applications or submissions for any of these grant programs is funneled through city staff, city water utility staff, who reviews those applications and then administers all these various programs and services, including these ones that I just note from Zone 7. Now, for the Zone 7 or the regional water conservation programs, I think you're pretty well aware that the city rebate program around the water efficient lawn conversion program is a supplement or adds to the grant program that's offered by Zone 7, and you'll see more about that here in a few minutes. And then same thing for water efficient irrigation rebate for irrigation customers. These are our commercial customers that have dedicated irrigation systems or meters, and so there's a program that's around that. So the idea behind going through this list is to share with the council and the public, to give you a sense of some of the extent at which we are engaging through a number of programs, one of which is the water efficient lawn conversion program, which we're going to dive into here momentarily. And so moving into the well program, we wanted to begin with an overview of the goals of the program. So we think it's important to remind ourselves what's the purpose of it. We're talking about the rebate that goes around it, but fundamentally, what are the goals that we're trying to achieve with that program? And I also think it's important to point out that this is public money, utility money that we're using for these grant programs, and the utility needs to, and the city needs to see a benefit for whatever money we give out. And so going through these goals, you'll see that there are definite benefits that we receive, the water utility receives as a part of this grant program. First and foremost is the fact that the entire program is designed to improve water efficiency by eliminating, the traditional lawn that's uses a lot of water and replacing it with, drought tolerant plants and other outdoor landscaping that uses much less water. So we're trying to drive down the amount of water we use in the outdoor environment to support our landscaping. So that's a huge goal and the primary goal for the water utility, because again, that's, whatever we can do to not take in or use as much water helps us in our infrastructure and also helps us with, just general environmental stewardship. The other goal of the well program is to encourage environmentally friendly gardening approaches where we're trying to achieve, minimize or trying to minimize use of herbicides or fertilizers and pesticides that are commonly used in standard lawns. And this is, as you'll see shortly, this is something that's really important for this program, because it also helps set us up for some alignment with some of the other key city programs that we have going on in the city. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the well program, the city's well program enhances the Zone 7 program by adding money to the Zone 7 grant program. So there's a pretty substantial amount of money that's made available to both residential and commercial customers that want to take advantage of it. And then the last goal here is notable because, again, when we think about goals that are important to the water utility, we wanted to point out that really the converted lawn program essentially makes these changes visible to our public, so that people can see these and recognize them as demonstrations, and maybe they become inspired to want to engage in the same activity. So again, these are some of the key goals that we're looking towards in the water efficient lawn conversion program, and particularly in how we justify the use of public funds to support it. So in this slide, wanted to this is a representation of what's currently the funding that's currently available under this program. And so on the left, you'll see the Zone 7 terms of the rebate, or the money that Zone 7 contributes. And on the right, you'll see the city's current funding level for the rebate program. So Zone 7 just recently, in June of 2021, really upped their game with contributions to the program. You can see that they're now contributing up to $2,000, where they'll pay 50% of the costs, up to $2,000, and that's up from $750,000, or excuse me, $750. That's quite a bit of an increase. And again, same thing with their commercial, industrial, and multifamily customers. Big increase here from $4,500 to $6,000. And under the city's program, we're paying up to $250 and half 50% of the costs. And then for our dedicated irrigation or commercial customers, you'll see that we are paying up to $3,000 under the current grant rebate program. So tonight we're bringing forward two options to you, and option one is really just a revisitation of what we currently do, because we want to use it as a comparator to the option the option two, which is the recommendation for City Council consideration tonight. And there's some key things that we wanted to point out here. So under the current program, staff, we promote, but we don't require sustainable practice. That, some of those practices I mentioned earlier, and so we promote them, but we don't require them under the program. The other thing that we do is, or that's allowed under the program now, is applicants and people in the conversion program they can select their own conversion method, lawn conversion method. And so what we're talking about there is, typically when people want to do this, they'll come in and scrape the lawn off, the existing lawn, and then just throw it away. And it usually lands in the landfill and adds to that. And we'll talk more about that. But again, under this program, we're not dictating that process. They're allowed to do it pretty much in any way they want. And then of course, the amount that we offer under the grant remains unchanged. So moving on to option two. So here, one of the things what we're trying to do with this option is, first of all, we're proposing to increase the amount of money that the grant, or excuse me, that we offer our customers. And the second thing we're trying to do is make some requirements around there to really drive the sustainable practice part of the program. And so why this is important is because, as I mentioned earlier, we have a number of initiatives that are currently underway in the city that we want to get ourselves aligned with. In Climate Action Plan, we have our Stormwater Pollution Control Plan, or requirements. We also have a plan, but we have requirements around that. And then of course, our Urban Water Management Plan that we want to make sure that we're complying with all the elements in these various programs that the city is currently engaged in. And I mentioned earlier where we're really looking at trying to get to minimizing herbicide use, pesticide use, and fertilizers. And that really hits at that NPDES stormwater pollution element that we've identified here on this slide. Again, striving for consistency with some of these existing programs. And as I've been talking about all along, I wanted to just touch again, just as a reminder, to go through the environmental benefits of the program, and by actually requiring some of these things to be part of our program, that it will help, further put us in a position to really achieve some of those environmental benefits that are really a core part of the program. So I mentioned earlier, we're trying to drive down the use of herbicides, pesticides, fertilizers to help protect our surface waters and our groundwaters. We, as I mentioned before, by requiring certain practices around lawn removal, we're going to try to drive down landfill material that's a result of this program. We also mentioned several times, we want to preserve the potable water supply by reducing watering for the landscapes and the outdoor environment, and again promoting wildlife through using native plants and other practices. That's important environmental benefit as well. And then also looking at contributing to the reduction in greenhouse gases through carbon sequestration, and we'll see that through application of things like mulches and compost during this program, as people convert their lawns to a more sustainable environment. So the proposed requirements that are sustainable practices that we want to ask council to consider as part of this rebate program would be using sheet mulching to remove the lawn, and what this is sheet mulching is a process where we use organic materials to basically smother the lawn. So different kinds of organic material are layered on existing lawn, and that's allowed to sit, and that smothers the lawn, and then all of it decomposes and turns into a more of a nutrient-based organic type material that's suitable for drought tolerant species and so on. So we're not like scraping the lawn out and then hauling it off to the landfill, which is currently allowed under our existing rebate program. We also are going to require that people engage in the program are adding compost. I mentioned native plants before, and we'd be requiring use of native plants for anyone that wants to participate in this kind of a conversion. And we're also requiring cool season planting. We don't have that requirement now. People can plant pretty much anytime they like. And this, moving to this type of planting scenario helps with not only plant survival, but it helps with water consumption, because if you plant in the warm time of year, I mean, you're going to be using more water to irrigate while you're trying to establish those plants. And then finally, adding a mulch layer on top of the conversion. Again, getting back to those things I mentioned before, where we talked about carbon sequestration and through application of these organic materials, helping to contribute to that. Again, tying all this back to some of the existing policies and practices that the city is pursuing. So we're changing up the rebate program to include some requirements that currently don't exist, and we think that that's definitely justified. Again, pointing back to the goals that we talked about earlier around this program, and why it's a benefit for us to consider these kinds of requirements and change this program to be, line up in a more sustainable way to and environmentally, and be more consistent with good environmental stewardship. So in terms of dollars, what staff is proposing is to basically we'll be increasing the amount, but we'll be doubling it from 250 to 500 for residential customers, and then we'll be increasing the dedicated irrigation meter conversions by $1,000, up from $3,000. And this sits on top of the numbers that you saw earlier from Zone 7. So it's a pretty substantial amount of money, and we think that it's definitely will be an incentive. And the thing that we did want to also bring to council's attention that, you know, as we consider this, you know, this mix of this dollar amount. So one of the things we were looking at is how do we not drive the price up too high, so that we don't really have a significant impact to our you know, operating costs for the water utility, but at the same time make it available, make a good dollar amount, so people will be enticed to participate. So we're trying to balance that out, and what we're I'm going to the next slide. Again, we're recommending option 2, and what we're trying to do is keep the amount not so high that really impacts has a tremendous impact on the operating costs for the utility, but also there are some tax implications for our customers if they exceed, if the benefit they're receiving from us exceeds $600. They're going to have to report that to the IRS, and we the city would need to provide the documentation to that. So we're trying to avoid that as something for this program. And we do believe that the amount that we're offering here is substantial enough to get people's interest, but at the same time, not be a big burden on the operating costs. And I do want to point out that we, you know, the ratepayers do pay for this, and ultimately these operating costs are rolled into our rates for how we ultimately pay them. So we're trying to balance that out. And then again, the sustainable practices that I mentioned earlier are why we're pushing this as a recommended approach for council's consideration. So moving on to the last slide, and we're getting near the end here. So the financial impact for this, what the recommended option here is, we won't need to make any changes for fiscal year, the existing fiscal year, because we have enough money to cover it. But we would need to be adding $15,000 per year from the water enterprise starting in 2022, 2023, and every year thereafter. And so what staff was trying to do when we looked at these numbers is, again, we wanted to try to get to a number that we thought we would be able to provide a pretty good number of, or be able to support a good number of folks that want to participate in this program. And so we used 80% of the highest number we've ever seen in the program. And what this translates into is the $15,000 per year under the financial structure I just mentioned earlier. We could be able to provide 56 residents with rebates, as well as 3 irrigation customers, commercial irrigation customers, should they choose to participate in the program. So again, we're trying to balance it out. We're trying not to be too heavy on the costs, but at the same time, we want to be able to provide a good number of rebate opportunities for our customers. And so in closing, I'll say that, again, staff has brought forward two options. Really, we wanted to compare against the existing with this secondary proposal to give council an idea of some of the major issues that we're looking at and improvements that we would like to make to this rebate program. And again, trying to balance that, the cost of it with trying to provide a good number of opportunities for our residents. So with that, I will close the presentation and invite questions from council regarding the topic at hand. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Managing Director. Obviously, you know your water. So Councilmember Testa, she's got her hand up quick. There you go. You have questions for Daniel?
I do. I have a few. Okay, so when we were talking about compost, we've got that AB 1383 that we're going to have to do so much compost. Or have we thought through making that compost available so that we can start using that requirement? And I heard, well, I'll start with that.
Yeah, so that question, I'm going to defer to Rita DeCandia. She's joined us tonight and is in the audience to assist me with some of the more detailed questions around, for example, this particular issue, as I'm not a compost expert. So Rita, if you're out there, you want to jump on?
Yes. Because in the we say that we want to incorporate our other programs, CAP and so if you can, are we going to be able to tie the 1383 in with this?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Brown and Council. That is a wonderful idea. And in fact, I've brought it up in a forum, a different forum, as well as one of kind of brainstorming ideas of how we can potentially incorporate that requirement along with this program and potentially provide a benefit to our community through it.
All right, so we haven't thought it through yet, but good. We'll figure out a way to make that happen. I think it would benefit us in more ways than one. So when we're talking about the CAP 2.0, there are so many different aspects that lawn conversion, yard conversions will support our CAP 2.0. One of the things that I'm seeing an awful lot of, I mean, it's just through the summer, it was just like crazy, is the lawns converting to AstroTurf. Huge amounts of AstroTurf, which is not environmentally environmental stewardship. And so what are we doing to make clear and discourage that?
So we do not include AstroTurf within the rebate. So it is not, it's not permitted to be a rebated substrate within a lawn conversion. However, what the public selects to do on their private property, that we don't have the ability to do something about, other than be able to potentially come up with different public outreach that we can certainly do some messaging with regard to better alternatives and appropriate alternatives to landscape that provide ecological benefits and all the other great benefits that drought tolerant landscaping can provide. So that would be an avenue that we could certainly look into taking.
Yes, well, and that was a big motivator for me in having a lot of discussion and bringing this item forward, is a lot of concern with what we have been seeing over the last couple of years with our yards being allowed to go brown because we were asking people to conserve. And then a lot of the yards were going to the AstroTurf because that seemed like a logical alternative to some people. And it would be nice to incentivize them to do more appropriate landscape conversion, as opposed to and understand why the AstroTurf is not the environmentally friendly alternative.
We're in questions, right? We're in questions, yeah.
And so what is the range of cost of a full yard conversion?
So that can significantly vary. So you have the do-it-yourselfers that are, and we have, I would say typically about 40% of the participants in our programs are do-it-yourselfers. So they are into being environmentally friendly and sustainable. Many of them that do it themselves are generally the ones who are more likely to take on the sheet mulching projects as well too. And then you have, larger landscapes, which, but I would say our average our average landscape size ranges between 600 to 800 square feet. So they tend to be on the smaller side.
Okay, cost-wise. Okay,
Oh, this-
I'll share with you what I've heard from anecdotally, and you can, an average size front yard, I've been hearing between $10,000 and $20,000. Is that what you hear?
So I would have to look into kind of the particular applications a bit more to know really what they are paying themselves. Part of the challenge is that we look at eligible costs versus their overall costs. So they certainly do have, labor costs and other forms of costs that are not actually rebatable. We are rebating those specific materials that are providing those ecological services and benefits that we're talking about for the water reduction.
So there is no labor cost included at all in.
That is correct.
So irrigation, because you have to change from what your lawn is, the sprinklers, to now a drip, and that's not covered to have someone help do that.
No, that is, yeah. So the actual material cost of the irrigation is part of the rebate.
But you're talking about just the hard costs, not the labor of having it done.
Correct.
Wow, okay. And the, okay, I have a question I'd like to bring back to Finance Director Olson.
Hi.
Hi, hello, Finance Director Olson. As per our conversation earlier today, so we heard that this is ratepayer dollars and that 500 is a substantial amount of money. And we were talking earlier about the American Rescue Act dollars. So would this kind of a grant be eligible under the American Rescue Act dollars?
Yeah, there's a category of water conservation projects, and it looks like this would fall under that category. But unlike the other one, we would have to allocate or appropriate the funds through council because we don't have anything appropriated for it.
Okay, so under the American Rescue Act dollars, how much would you say has been allocated to community projects and community residents? And have we had other projects that those dollars have gone to?
Yeah, as I said earlier, we've allocated 100% of it to the city's general fund. And so really it would be looking at the extent to which city's general fund has funded community projects and community efforts. I know there's a grant program through human services and recreation type of things. Yeah.
Okay, so we really haven't identified or allocated that $8.5 million, really any of it, because it's all gone straight into our general fund. And
I don't think that's what she said. I'm sorry. You're asking a question, she's answering it, and then you're saying something different. So let's be fair. She said it's going into things like grants and human services, and so that's not fair to say none of it's going into grants. I'm sorry, I just had to interrupt.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I don't hear it that way, actually, because it didn't go to.
It's a general fund revenue, so similar to property tax and sales tax, which is a general fund revenue, it's going to fund everything that general fund covers. And so the category you noted would be the grants for health and human services that we provide is general fund. And so it's helping to fund that, similar to the property tax and sales tax is helping to fund it. And it's also funding public works efforts and police and fire and whatever.
Right. Just general costs of running the city that, yeah,
Exactly.
no
Exactly.
extra allocations of those dollars. And okay, So, but it would be possible to identify some dollars that, because those dollars in fact were eligible to be used, in fact, specifically said water conservation projects.
It's an eligible use. If council wishes to allocate this funding or general fund funding or funding from the federal act, what I would recommend is we do that as a part of the mid-year budget. So we're reviewing, you know, what the general fund budget looks like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I have just one more question, and this one goes back to Dan, I think. Dan, one of the requirements of the option 2 was cool season planting, which I think is really a nice goal, but haven't we missed that for this year realistically? By the time this gets.
Yes, that's correct, because it's not a requirement under the existing program.
Under option 1, it is not, but
Yeah.
if we chose option 2, we've missed that. So would it be necessary for it to be a requirement, or perhaps at least for the first season, since we've missed it? I know I was really asking that this program come to us sooner, because I was concerned about missing the cool season planting. So would there be some flexibility in that?
Well, we're anticipating that, you know, if council does like this recommendation and authorizes us to proceed with it, we would, you know, try to get it in place by June 1. We think that that's definitely doable. And then we start taking applications. And so the people that would be eligible for this, you know, they would, you know, we could still get them in for cool season planting for next year. So
next year.
Yeah. There's a time lag from when we would put this in place to when we, you know, people would actually be starting on their various projects. So.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's it for now.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Arkin.
Okay, thank you. I'm lowering my hand first. Okay, just a couple quick questions. So I wanted to ask about the comment made, if it was greater than $600, the rebate, that there would have to be some form sent to residences to complete for the IRS. I hadn't heard anything like that before. And does Zone 7 require that as well?
Yeah, so this was something that came up as we were preparing for this presentation. It's our understanding that when there is a value that exceeds the $600 mark, that does need to be recorded and provided to the beneficiary of the, in this case, the rebate program. So that's, you know, I'm not a tax expert.
I can jump in. It's Tina again. It becomes taxable income.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's greater.
After $600, yeah, exactly.
Okay. In Zone 7, Zone 7's is $2,000. So that is.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you for that. And I just have one more question. Question is, and I think I had asked that this be recommended for a new option, but are backyards included as well as front yards?
Yeah, so in this, what's before you tonight does not include backyards. Staff is not recommending backyards because if you recall, one of the big benefits that we get out of this program is the visual part of it. So the demonstration part of it. So again, thinking back to, you know, we're using public money to improve private property. The water utility isn't, but the water utility really needs to see some commensurate benefits back. The backyard piece of it right now, we're struggling with where do we get the benefit from that? Because we don't have a way to measure it. So a couple of things. First of all, there's no visual part. So when people don't see that conversion happening to get, you know, that educational piece put together with. And then the other part is because residential meters are combined meters. We don't know how much water use is going to irrigation. So that, when you talk about a backyard, it's out of sight. So how would the water utility be able to determine, whether or not we're getting any benefit from a backyard conversion? Right now, we don't have a mechanism for that. So if you had maybe a separate irrigation meters, things like that, so we could really hone in on, yeah, no, that's happened. Then we could sort of get to that benefit. The other thing that we're challenged with is under the current program, that it's only got a 2-year term on it. So after 2 years, the person's receiving the rebate, they're not obligated to maintain the conversion after that. There's it's sort of a flaw in the program. So, but in the front yards, I mean, again, front yards being visible, if you decide that you don't like the conversion, if you tear it out, and we're probably going to see it, I'm going, wait a minute. But in the backyard, we don't have that visibility. So one of the things staff is struggling with is how do we get that benefit back around water conservation, sustainable practices in a part of the home that we don't have a lot of access to, and that's the challenge. So the thing that I would offer, to council for council's consideration, staff has not spent a lot of time evaluating the backyard option because of the things I just mentioned. We think it's going to be difficult to get to that benefit. Of course, we could, if council desires, we could go back and continue to work on that and try to get that quantified so we can justify how do we, or have a way to manage that process, and then also bring back the costs around that, because again, it's likely that, we'll have more requirements on the property owners, and then we'll need to be able to be in a position to either enforce those or have some kind of response if we're not getting the things that we'd like to see. So the backyard conversions have issues, and that's why we didn't bring it back to you tonight, because we wanted to focus on this part of the program first and give a chance to explain some of those issues that we're facing.
Okay, so
Rita has her hand up, and she might want to have.
Yeah, I was going to just take control of this. So Kathy Narum was next, but do you yield to Rita for her comments, Councilmember Narum?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I wasn't done. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, she's going to try to answer your question. So staff
Yeah.
is. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Arkin, I just wanted to elaborate another aspect of that too. We actually, I discussed this item together with my staff as well, trying to really inquire and find out how much interest have we had, and very, very limited. So that is the other thing too, is all of the projects that we have currently and for some time here in place, none of the applicants ever approached us independently asking for a backyard conversion as well too. So, and rarely do we get a phone call that they can even recall with regards to backyard interest. So that was just another reason why it hasn't really been considered in addition to all the challenges that Dan mentioned. Thank you.
Valerie, did you have another question?
Okay, yeah. Actually, I did inquire about a backyard conversion. It was a few years ago though, but I guess I'm not very memorable. I think it's unfortunate though with not doing the backyards, but I did have a question. And actually, now I forgot what it was. So you know what? That's why I didn't want to lose my train of thought. I'll have to come back to it. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that Rita weighed in there. Maybe if it pops back up, let me know. All right, Councilmember Narum. Clarifying questions. Yeah.
Thank you. I think I'm going to direct this to Dan, although it may be more a Tina question. So is it the staff recommendation that we continue to use the Water Enterprise Fund to pay for these rebates?
Yes, that's correct.
And as you know, we're, the mayor and I are, involved in the water rate setting reviews. Have you incorporated in the additional budgeted request here into the numbers we've been looking at? I know it's not huge, rather, compared to some of the other things we're looking at, but nonetheless.
Right. Yeah, so depending on council's action tonight, we would incorporate this into the rate study because it's an additional operating cost.
If I could just, though, note, we had set aside funding to cover this program as part of the year-end surplus in the water fund. So we've got some appropriated already, and then we're going to allocate that reserve, that portion of the reserve that we set aside as part of the mid-year budget. So we may not have to incorporate it into any additional funding into the rate study.
Okay, but let's say that with the new water rates and so forth, residents really behind this. Would we either say, we're out of money for the year, or would we look at, finding it in the enterprise fund, an allocation from the general fund? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, so currently the way we would operate is we just take it right up, spend, authorize the grant, or excuse me, the rebates for the amount that's authorized. And then at that point, we, if we still had people interested, we would come back for council's authorization of additional funds.
Okay.
Similar to what you heard earlier about the parklets.
Okay. All right. I think I'm good then. Thank you.
Okay, Director Yurchak, you have comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to note that the $15,000 would be a annual request, so we can maintain the program. So considering that it's not a one-time ask to continue the amount of the program, we would annually ask for that $15,000 in addition to the $25,000 that we already have budgeted into the enterprise. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Right. Yep. Ongoing expenses. Thank you. Councilmember Balch.
Sorry, just to clarify of staff. So City of Pleasanton is the only retailer of Zone 7 that offers this enhanced additional rebate based on the staff report, correct?
Yeah, so yes, Councilmember Balch, what we're proposing, the requirements that we're suggesting in option 2, we're the only ones that have that as a requirement in our region right now. Does that answer your question?
I apologize, maybe I clarify. But even option 1, what the City of Pleasanton is doing for our residents is in addition to what Zone 7's water efficient landscape program already does. So when you were saying we're administering it during your presentation, we're already doing Zone 7 and we're just enhancing it for our residents. So yes, our residents are both potential recipients, but also burdened with the enterprise fund pressures for the rates.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no more hands up, I'll open the public hearing. Do we have anybody that would like to speak on this agenda item? City Clerk?
Yes, we do. The first speaker is Andre Pegaron.
Hi, City Council. Just briefly, I would like to address a comment directed at me earlier from Councilmember Testa. Thank you so much for appreciating and recognizing weekends on Main. My proposal was to have it be a more continuous thing. You stopped it during the winter, I believe, due to the risks of hypothermia during temperatures that can drop as low as the mid-50s. And also to have it be not just on weekends, but 24/7. And then also to have the parking benefit district allow us to create, play structures, seating areas, cafes, greenery in that road space. So I just wanted to clarify the difference between what I was proposing and the Weekends on Main program, which I wholeheartedly support and look forward to this summer. I would like to just voice my support for this program. I think it's really great. I think that investing in more sustainable future that uses lower amounts of water is good. I also just want to voice support for the aesthetic of these naturally landscaped lawns. I honestly get a little bored just looking at green all over the place. So, you know, some natural plants, some things that, you know, are good for the local wildlife. I'm all for it. And I think this is a good, responsible use of city funds. I would like to point out something, and this is not directly related to this program necessarily. It's about a conversation around water use in our community. I think this program is excellent and great. And thank you, Mr. Rep, for explaining it so clearly. I learned a lot about water use in this community. I would like to just point out in comparison that this is a program that's affecting 60 lawns per year, which, you know, is a good scale. But when we talk about building more housing in Pleasanton, suddenly everyone comes out and says, what are we going to do with water use? How are we going to house all these extra people with all this water? This water system is an absolute crisis. And so I just want to point out kind of the difference in the tone of the conversation, because I think we have the correct tone on this one, which is that let's use water responsibly. Let's encourage people to use less water, but let's also not have it be a boogeyman that prevents the responsible growth of our community and that prevents us from providing affordable housing for our community. Because outdoor landscaping water use is 50% of water use in urban environments in California, and residential water use is about 33%. That's from the Public Policy Institute of California. So I just kind of want to say that if we're going to be using conservation of water use as a way of limiting the construction of housing, I don't think that excuse really holds up. And I think we should think about this whole conversation as a reason why. But also, yeah, let's toss out some money out there so people have better looking, more sustainable lawns. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And our next speaker?
Jill Buck, followed by Becky Dennis.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. I just want to voice my support for this recommendation. And I also want to mention that we're working with the city of Pleasanton on a movie night for Hometown Water, the Lifeline of Pleasanton, which is the documentary that our summer interns made in 2020. We're going to be showing it at the Firehouse Theater in conjunction with the city on April 21st. And I think that what we're talking about tonight would be the perfect thing to let all of our residents know about. And I want to extend an invitation to all of you to come to that. Tickets will be something that we're still dealing with and still figuring out, but I'll make sure that you all get an invitation. But I think this is the perfect kind of incentive program and education program that we could share with residents as we talk about that movie. So thank you all so much.
All right, thank you. I did get a chance to watch that movie and it is excellent. So if you get a chance to watch it on April 21st, definitely go. Our next speaker?
Becky Dennis, followed by Linda Kelly.
Okay.
Good evening. Hi.
Evening.
Hi. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I'm such a native plant nut that I really had to ask a couple of questions. I did my whole backyard, but not all native plants are good for the front yard. Some of them are a little crazy and big. But does the city have a demonstration garden? You know, native plants they're a little tricky to work with in terms of a more formal landscape. So if the city has a demonstration garden around any of their buildings, that would be a really good place also for people to get information about what might look good in their front yards. The sheet mulching requirement, I think it's interesting, but is the city willing to provide free pizza boxes for my front yard project for sheet mulching? I mean, there are things that ways that the city could help, but I think, you know, people might want to use a professional for their sheet mulching. I'm not really sure how it looks on the street, you know, when you've got cardboard all over the front lawn, though it does work. But it's kind of a demonstration as to how you do it. It's a little bit different than rolling out sod that looks good immediately. So I support this program, though. I think it's great. I think maybe for those that take advantage of the program, they'd be willing to share their experience in one of the City of Pleasanton's newsletters or some pictures about the plants that they're using. And the last thing I wanted to ask is, in terms of water, I know it sounds strange, but has the city considered showing people how to do a rain garden? That's what I did in my backyard. And I collect water all winter whenever we have some rain. And it really keeps my yard going for quite a bit of time. The water sinks into our wonderful, expansive clay-like soil, and it's there. It supports the trees, supports a lot of the native plants. So if people can contour their backyard to collect water and not have it go down the drain and the storm drains, that can also work to conserve water. That's all I had in my unprepared statement. Thank you, though.
Great, thank you. So Daniel, here at City Hall, we have, they took out the grass years ago, and it's all, it appears to be native plants. Is that true? Is this a demonstration garden in some way?
Yeah, it is. And Rita has probably the best detail on it because I think she was here when that happened. So yeah, so that is in fact a demonstration garden.
Yeah, so actually the city received a grant through Stop Waste to do that project. So that was a sheet mulching demonstration project that together with Stop Waste, we hosted an educational outreach event where people came down and they actually saw the process in action. So they had the opportunity to learn and see how sheet mulching is done. They had irrigation professionals there to answer their questions that they had. The one key thing to note about the gardens, which we do have around some of our facilities that are more drought tolerant landscaped, is that they are landscaped for a commercial landscape. They're not going to be as pleasant for what somebody's going to want around their own house. So it's kind of you need to plants that are going to be easier to maintain for staff to be able to maintain as well, because there's just going to be it's a different type of environment from your actual home. So that is one thing to note. But yes, we do have a few of them around. So yes, certainly around 123 Main. There's also the new renovation or pretty recent renovation that happened that's right adjacent to the aquatic center there. That took place a few years back as well too.
Okay, thank you. All right, our next speaker, please.
Linda Kelly.
Good evening, Linda. We have you on mute.
I think you've got me now.
There you go. Welcome.
I would like to mention regarding the compost. A few months ago, I somehow stumbled into the fact that compost was available at the operations yard. All you had to do was go down on a Saturday morning and pick it up. There was a limit of 2 bags. I availed myself of that and have put it in my own backyard. Backyard and city probably don't go well together. The city, I believe, has a policy of kind of staying out of people's backyards, whether it's water or landscape or structures. Front yards, yes, but I think there might be some issues in trying to extend this to the backyard. As a member of the Energy and Environment Committee, I would heartily agree that option 2 is absolutely the way to go, and greatly appreciate the acknowledgement of CAP 2. There's been a lot of work done by staff, committee members. A lot of people have worked on getting a really viable situation and a program in place. And I think it's important that you continue this and make it all around and continue with what you're doing. And Becky Dennis's backyard is a joy to behold. If you get an invitation to her 10-cent tour, by all means, take her up on it. It's a great one. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
We have none.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing and bring this back to the city council. I usually like to come back to people who are on the water committee, and since this is a water issue. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Narum for topics, discussions, and perhaps a motion.
Okay, thank you. Well, I will move option 2, staff option 2. And do we need to include the additional $15,000 in the motion? I think I see a head nod. So with the addition of $15,000 from the water enterprise budget moved into the rebate program, I'll just make a comment that I really, having served on the water rate, or looking at the water rates, I really appreciate the comments about trying to find the right balance between nudging people to do this and not burdening the ratepayers, because as we all know, the enterprise fund is self-funding, and it's funded by all of us as we pay our water bills. And so if you're not taking advantage of this, you're subsidizing whoever is, which I think to some point is good, because whatever we can do to reduce the water, we're all better off for it. I really like the idea of tying this back to Cap 2, the sustainability, both of reducing the water usage, the sheet mulching, so that we're not carting it off to the dump, so to speak, keeping the Roundup out of the ground and possibly out of our groundwater. So I'm actually very thrilled with what's being put forward, and I think in combination with the Zone 7, you know, there's some incentive here to do it. So I'm happy to make that motion. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay. All right. Go right ahead. Comments.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask my question because now I remembered it. It was when Dan was speaking, and then it was off of his comments that I thought of the question. So or maybe this is for Rita, I don't know. With the rebate, if somebody gets a rebate, Dan mentioned that, you know, you're only required to have that lawn or that yard in place for 2 years. Does somebody have the ability to apply for the rebate again? And if so, how long do they have to wait to apply for it again? Say they want to redo it, it dies, if they need to redo it, refresh, whatever.
So the second,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Rita.
So the second part of that, bit of a hypothetical, we've never kind of gone into that, so I'd have to kind of think about it a little bit. It is true that the terms of the rebate do specify that it's a minimum of 2 years that they maintain the landscape. The city's terms were basically taken from Zone 7's terms, because we are mimicking kind of the same rebate terms in that essence. So Zone 7 set forth that term. In reality, most of the time when somebody's go through the effort of doing a project such as this and going through all, you know, the application process and working with us and making that type of commitment to plant selection, they have an intention to keep this in. And the only time typically where it would change is if you have change of ownership, in which case those terms are no longer applicable. And now, yes, you certainly could have a new homeowner come in or property owner come in and apply for and be eligible again for the rebate. But as far as something happened to their landscape, that is certainly something that I can get back to you after we kind of ponder a little bit. That this is not a scenario that we've had to in the past address.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so that's the only question I had and comments. I am very supportive of option 2. I think absolutely we need to incentivize people to conserve water. It's more important now than ever with our climate goals, but just environmentally, we have to do this. So absolutely it's important. I do think we could have done backyards. I don't think, yes, there's a challenge with accessing, but people would grant access if they needed an inspection done or whatever. I think there's a lot of grass out there in backyards. So I think there could have been a lot of water savings if we would extend a backyard. So perhaps I would still like to somehow see that included at some point. I think that would be a valuable thing for us to do for our community. I would also ask, and I don't know, a friendly amendment, if we could go up to the $600. I think actually it should probably even be more than that. I don't know if any of you have priced what landscaping costs nowadays, and the plant costs, it's a lot. And the application process with Zone 7 and with the city is extensive. It takes some time. So I think, $500 is don't get me wrong, it's something, and it's definitely a benefit. I like that Zone 7 gives $2,000, and I appreciate everything they do. That's a good incentive for them to offer. But if we could, it is concerning if it is IRS reportable though. So I wouldn't want to go over that. So I would ask if we could go up the $100 to $600. And I think that with that though, I think it's a great program, and I really would like us to adopt this program.
If I could just for a second, the 600 is the mark where we have to report it as taxable income. So okay. 590.
$599.99. We're having a sale, I guess. I don't know.
I just wanted to note that's the
okay.
point.
So not the exact 600, just a penny below, I guess, or whatever, something a tad lower.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Ms. Olson.
She asked for a friendly amendment, so.
I'm open to the 599, or I will accept that. I'm not interested in making our finance department have to issue whatever they are, 1099s for taxes. I just don't think it's worth that, but I certainly would accept the 599.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly support it, and I think it's great we're doing this and incentivize people to conserve.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. We have a motion made and seconded and modified. Any comments? Councilmember Balch.
I want to point out, since I am the CPA on this call, that it's taxable income the whole time. You just get a 1099 when it hits 600. And so I just would like to mention, this is probably not a great thing for us. So may I recommend it's 500 or 550 or some number people will know. 599 seems like we're trying to tax evade versus avoid the IRS. That's part one. I totally support the program option 2.
All right. There we go. And Councilmember Testa. You're on mute.
There we go. I did have a couple of other questions I wanted to ask real quick. The Andre, I think, had said that 50% of our water use was landscape. Who could best answer? Because I think that it's actually much greater than that. In residential use, I think I read that our landscape on a typical residence was closer to 70%. Was I wrong on that? Who can answer that?
Well, I'll start, and then Rita can jump in if she like. It's really variable. council member, I mean, there's 50%, 60, there's lots of numbers that are used for residential irrigation. And so I'm hesitant to give you a number. If that's something that you would really like to have, I'd like to do a little bit of homework to bring it back to you and maybe email it to you, because it really is a variable number, and it's something that's sort of discussed and pondered a lot. So because again, in the residential sense, we only have 1 meter, and we're not measuring irrigation specifically for home use. We have estimates, but that's exactly what they are, is estimates.
But we know the difference between how much is used in August versus how much is used in the winter. I mean, I know with mine, I would say mine is more like 80 to 90%. My in-house is so minimal during the winter time, and in the summertime, I am very conservative, and I never go very high, but it's still probably 80 to 90% higher. So I don't think it's that hard to see. I've read that in Pleasanton, it's about 70% of our water is landscape. So thank you for that. And my point is that during the drought, during this last season, it really concerns me when I hear us talking about water conservation in ways that is so small that, and yet putting burdens on households, where really this is where we should be putting our investment of trying to reduce water. The landscape is absolutely where we will make the biggest difference. And so I will say, I don't think that the incentive is significant at all. And I've heard from many of my neighbors that at 250, they didn't even bother to, when they did their conversion, they didn't even bother to request the money. So 550 is a little better, but I don't think we're creating the incentive that we should be creating. And I believe that the investment is an investment in our neighborhood beautification, because what I see happening with people putting in all rock landscape, just a solid yard of rock edge to edge, or a solid yard of plastic grass, or just letting things die. I think that our neighborhoods are at risk, and I would have hoped for a greater investment in our neighborhood beautifications. And my final comment, well, I actually have another quick question, and this maybe you, maybe Rita can answer, is how much was that stop waste grant to do that conversion? Would either you or Rita know that? Rita knew it was a grant, so maybe she would know.
Yeah, I'd have to look back. It was quite a few years ago, and this was provided through Stop Waste, so not directly through the Water Conservation Program. So I'd have to look back through my records and see if I can find that information and provide it to you.
I would like to know that, and I'll bet it was more than $500. So, and my last comment then is, when we had eligible dollars in pass-through dollars that were supposed to benefit our residents, were supposed to benefit our businesses, and instead we used it entirely to put into, we wouldn't have to burden our ratepayers if we had used those eligible funds for this really valuable and important use and program. So I'm disappointed that there's a desire to burden the ratepayers over using that pass-through money that was brought to us for this kind of use. So that's my only comments. Thank you. But I think it's a good program. I just wish that we were taking it more seriously. So it would be incentivizing more of our community, get more water savings.
Okay, I strongly support the program. I think along with Zone 7's generous increase in numbers, if you don't want to apply, don't apply. But if it is available for people who may not do it otherwise, or for people who are just looking for a way to supplement the expenses, because as stated, it is significant. So with that, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor, if I may, real fast, call the dollar amount that the motion is. Can we just clarify that real fast?
Go
Are
ahead.
we
It was
still at
added.
590? Yeah.
Oh,
are-
599, and they added the 15,000 annually. Correct?
Okay.
Correct.
Can I shared Councilmember Balch's concern that it sounds like evasion, and I think the 599 is an unfortunate number.
Well, I know we have a huge item after this, so if you want to discuss it with the people who made the motion quickly, I've got a long list of people that are watching this meeting and want to make comments on the last agenda item, but I don't want to rush it. So if you want to go back and ask the people who made the motion, either one of you, to change their motion, please do. This is the time.
I just wanted to clarify what the motion was, but I'm okay with it. Thank you.
So it's 599. Are you okay with that? Or would you be more comfortable as the CPA at 575?
I think you would do better to have it at a number like that. 550, 525, 575. We all know how gas prices are set. I think 599 is awkward, right? So without taking a minute more, I'd make it 575 and move on.
Okay, I will amend it to 575 if or Vice Mayor Arkin is agreeable to that.
I'm agreeable to that.
Okay. All right, motion made and seconded. Julie, we're actually going down, but but we're all in support of the program. So let's do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Narum,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Arkin,
Aye.
Councilmember Balch,
Aye.
Councilmember Testa,
Aye.
Mayor Brown.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we have been having a council meeting for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Let's do a brief 5-minute break. Then we're going to go to agenda item 12, which was formerly agenda item 10. If you want to speak on this item, stay tuned. We want to hear from you. And we'll be back in just a couple minutes, 5 at the most. Thanks. Right. One more council member and our city manager. Okay. Let me know TV 30 when you're ready.
We'll be
Oh,
ready in about 3 seconds.
Okay, sorry, I see council member Testa has not returned.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah,
Sorry,
we're ready now.
my mistake. Okay.
No problem.
Here she is. All right. Okay, we just wanted to make sure all seats are in the house. Okay, we're ready, TV 30 when you are.
Perfect. Great. Okay, we'll be ready. Good. Okay, so we're going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the second half, or hopefully not the full half, the second portion of our Pleasanton City Council meeting here on February 1st, 2022. We're on to our agenda item 12, and it is continued from January 18th. It's our housing element update, where we're going to review and approve potential sites to be considered for future rezoning for residential development and inclusion in the environmental analysis, which you'll hear more about here shortly, as part of the sites inventory for our 2023-2031 sixth cycle of our housing element update. With that, I will turn it over to city staff for a presentation. We do have some opportunities of where council members will have to leave because they live in the proximity of a site that's on. But we're going to go ahead and start with our staff report. And then we'll have them remove themselves when we talk about the specific sites. Ellen?
You know, before you have this, could you allow the city attorney to explain the situation?
Sure.
I just wanted to note that council members Tessa and Balch each live within 500 feet of a potential site on the list. Both did receive advice from the state's Fair Political Practices Commission that based on an exception contained in the Political Reform Act, they still may take part in the discussion and decision to approve the list as a whole and general policy decisions applicable to all the properties on the list. However, at the same time, the FPPC also pointed out that the exception may not apply to a decision to remove a site that is in proximity to their homes or a discussion of parameters for such sites that do not apply to the final list as a whole. Therefore, staff will be addressing sites 25 and 26 individually first so that council members Testa and Balch can refrain from participating in the sites in proximity to their homes. So once the city council determines whether these two sites should be included in the list, and if so, what the appropriate density should be, then the council will then discuss and decide on the remaining sites on the list. So I just wanted to give you that background.
And can I add, oh, I appreciate that explanation very much. The letter read that, and as you pointed out, that we may have a conflict of interest on the individual sites that are near our homes. But it was not, conclusive. So I guess my point is that in the interest of just being conservative and wanting to make a decision that would be cautious in the city's best interest, I am choosing to recuse from even that one site because the FPPC certainly was not conclusive on that. So that's my statement. Thank you.
Okay, my question for Director Clark, are you going to start at a general discussion and then get into site selection, or are you going to go straight to the individual sites? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. So what we'll do is staff will give the overall presentation. It will cover all of the sites, all of the content. However, once the presentation has happened, we would first discuss or ask the council to first discuss site 25, site 26, and then return together to talk about the entire list once the action or direction have been provided on those two individual sites.
Great. All right. We look forward to a general presentation.
So thank you, Mayor Brown, members of the council. I'll just share my screen quickly. Are you all able to see that?
Yes.
As Mayor Brown introduced the item, we are here before you tonight to ask you for some input and guidance on a preliminary sites list for inclusion in our sixth cycle housing element update. The Planning Commission has made a recommendation, which is presented for you in your agenda report. And so we're looking for your direction and input on that, as well as Dan mentioned in his introduction, direction on any density assumptions, general assumptions for the inventory. And as an outcome of that, it's our hope that the City Council will provide direction on a list of sites that will be carried forward into the environmental analysis as one of the next steps of review for the housing element process. Understanding that we have a ways to go in our housing element, there'll be additional opportunities for input and a final decision that will occur in a few months' time in early 2023. So for those of you who are perhaps new to the process, just very briefly, our housing element is the city's mandated 8-year plan for housing. It's adopted in a cyclical manner. The current cycle is the 5th cycle. The forthcoming cycle is the 6th cycle that will cover the period from 2023 to 2031. There's a number of required contents of the housing element, and one of the key things is that we must show as a city that we have adequate zoning capacity for what's known as our fair share of the regional housing need. And that's a number, an allocation that's given to every city and county in the state by each of their local councils of government, in our case, ABAG, that constitutes what's considered to be our fair share of future housing needs within the state of California. The housing element also includes policies and programs, and that's sort of a separate discussion that's being tracked outside of today's meeting. The deadline for adoption of our housing element is January of 2023. There is a 120-day grace period, and I'll, in my next slide, speak to that in terms of the overall schedule. So this gives you a sense of the timeline for the process and the project. Outlined in red is where we are today, which is the site's inventory and selection initial steps.
Excuse me, Ellen. Sorry, the slides are not advancing. Are you intending them to be advancing?
I am. I'm sorry. Are you seeing that now?
I am not. Is anyone else?
No, we're still
there
on
we
the
go.
first. You've got it.
Okay, great. So sorry about it. Please let me know if you have any other issues. I can't see what you're seeing. So thank you for the heads up. So this is the timeline that we've shared something similar before. The red outline box is where we're currently at in the process with our site's inventory and selection. Earlier in the process last year, we went through an amount of background analysis, which we presented, some public meetings to present and review and get some early input on housing issues and needs in the community, which were brought forward in the summer and fall. And then looking ahead, once we have received input from the City Council on that preliminary sites list, we'll carry that forward into the environmental impact report. There's a mandated review period that happens with the state and with the public. That's mandated by state law. That will carry us through pretty much to the end of 2022 and teeing up adoption of the housing element in the spring. And those of you who are paying attention to our timeline that we presented previously will note that the date has moved out from when we expect to adopt the housing element. And that's in large part due to some recent changes in state law that actually gave HCD additional review time, included a mandated public review period before our draft housing element sent to HCD. And those things together, along with just the generally longer amount of time and rounds of review that HCD is requiring in the 6th cycle, is pushing our adoption date out into that grace period and out into the spring of 2023. So just a note on schedule there. Oops. So just to recap a little bit of what we've done to date on the site selection, the first step in the process is really to go out and to try and identify as many sites as seemed reasonable and feasible, looking at things like sites that had property owner interest, that seemed like they might be underutilized, had some capacity. We started that process by identifying kind of a long list of what ended up being about 29 sites. That has since gone through rounds of public review with our Planning Commission, Housing Commission. We held a community workshop in December and then took all of that feedback back to the Planning Commission for their recommendation in mid-December. And here we are today on February 1st with you, the City Council, to review and provide direction on that sites list. So just to touch a little bit on some of the building blocks of our inventory, a very key piece is that regional housing needs allocation number. That was finalized at the end of last year in December. We had a draft number that did not change between the draft and final number. So our regional housing needs allocation is about 6,000 units, 5,965. You can see in this slide that they are distributed across various income categories. And we have to show to the state that we can meet that need in every one of those income categories. So in creating our inventory, one of the first steps was really to try and analyze what we had already, what already existed in our zoning capacity, and what sort of opportunities we have given existing residential zoning in the city. That included sites that were designated in the last housing element that have not yet been developed. It includes what we call pipeline projects, things that have been approved, entitled, but have not yet been built and won't be built until the next cycle starts. It also includes an increment of accessory dwelling units, but it also includes just generally our residential zoning districts or zones that allow for residential development. And we looked carefully to make sure we identified any remaining capacity or possible sites that could sort of add housing reasonably to those sites. All that together was calculated out. We, despite trying to sort of turn over every stone to find all the capacity that exists today, still found that there was a gap of about a little over 3,000 housing units in total that we need to solve for. And what that means is that the city will have to find and identify suitable sites for rezoning to meet that gap. So in terms of process, as I mentioned, this is a multi-step process. You saw we're in the middle of the timeline for the housing element. Those efforts will continue to refine and sort of narrow down the list that we have. We're starting with this initial sites list, moving forward into the CEQA review. The state will very carefully review our inventory and all of our assumptions, and it's possible they may reject certain of the sites that we're bringing forward. And then we'll be bringing that back to the City Council for additional input and a final decision with adoption of the housing element in early 2023. And each of those steps, including a draft or draft plan and final plan, will involve public commission and City Council review. So continuing on the theme of some of the building blocks of our housing element, as I mentioned, we're having a sort of a progressive refinement. We're still fairly early on in the process. And so staff recommended and the Planning Commission agreed that it would be prudent to build in into this initial inventory a buffer, an extra amount of capacity that would give the city enough flexibility to have some sites fall off the list based on the state review, based on CEQA review, based on public input. It also provides, by providing a slightly larger inventory or somewhat larger inventory, makes a more conservative basis for our CEQA analysis. We're not under analyzing, we're analyzing a bit more than we think we're ultimately going to adopt in terms of site numbers and capacity, to give that sort of more conservative basis for the CEQA review. So the recommended buffer is an additional 50% above that 3,000 odd units. That is the gap. That creates a total of about 4,700 units. That's sort of the planning target in this initial inventory phase. So the capacity is built out of sites and it's built out of density assumptions. Every site has an acreage or an area that can be developed, and multiplying that by density in terms of units per acre is what generates capacity. There are a number of considerations that exist in those density assumptions. Some of them are mandated by state law in the way that the state treats or equates density and affordability. But there's also some important considerations about suitability of density within different sites and areas of the city. And so having a range of densities lets us make decisions as a community about given that we have to zone some sites for housing, what are the appropriate densities in the appropriate locations. Not every site is suitable for high density. Low density may not be also appropriate in other locations. So that appropriate balance is important. So as I mentioned, the state does set some parameters on how we treat density and affordability. The state essentially says that if, particularly for high density sites, that those can be counted against your lower income RENA, that the density equates to affordability. And so you have to zone at a minimum of 30 units to the acre in order to count those units as affordable or in your affordable housing inventory. And the other parameter is really about the capacity assumptions. So each density that's been established comes within a range. For the most part, staff is recommending taking a conservative approach to what we assume will be the output within that range. So for our medium density sites, which are perhaps a little bit easier to develop, a little bit more less challenging from a market perspective, we're recommending that we pick sort of the midpoint of the density as the capacity assumption for high density sites. Because the state tends to look at those sites with more scrutiny, we're conservatively saying we'll only assume the low end of the density range, not the top, to provide a more realistic capacity assumption that we hope will pass muster with HCD when they review the document. And then this just outlines a few of the other parameters that are specified in state law about expectations and sort of assumptions around housing in order to be able to be counted in different affordability categories. And then this diagram really illustrates how that kind of plays out over the inventory, meaning that when you have high density sites, you can count them as affordable units, you can count them as market rate units, but you cannot do the same thing. So lower density housing units cannot be counted towards our lower income RENA and as part of that inventory. So this is just a slide that illustrates with some local examples, different types of densities and ranges, just so everybody has a sense of what that actually looks like when we talk about a range of 2 to 7 units to the acre. What we're really talking about for the most part is your traditional, sort of detached single family housing product that we're all familiar with in Pleasanton. As you go up those density ranges, you tend to see more attached housing product types like townhomes, typically with tuck under parking, but often surface parked. Again, moving up the range, again, you start to move into the higher density ranges, your apartment buildings, often with what's called podium parking, which is parking under structure or within the overall apartment building structure itself. Again, attached unit types. So all of these examples exist in Pleasanton today, from the various examples shown here. So it's worth, I thought, spending a little moment talking about the higher density housing types. The last cycle, the city chose to sort of cap that high density designation at the most at 40 units to the acre. As I mentioned before, 30 is the minimum that you can count to be as high density housing that can produce lower income housing units. And so that was as high as there was support for including in the last cycle. There was considerable discussion with the Planning Commission about potentially upping those high density ranges. And there was a number of reasons why both the Planning Commission and Housing Commission were supportive of that. One was that we have a very large RENA this cycle. And so providing for more density essentially is just a more efficient way to accommodate that housing need, that we can fill those units on fewer sites if there's a willingness to increase densities. We had a presentation from an urban design professional who spoke about the interplay between density and site planning. And what he emphasized was that with I'll call them medium density projects, your 25 to 30 units to the acre projects, more often than not, they'll be surface parked. And that surface parking takes up a lot of land. It also tends to mean that you have fewer open space areas in projects. And so when you can move to a structured parking, a podium parking type of project, it tends to open up more areas for common open space and so on. And so that can be a beneficial outcome of having a little more density on a site. Higher density projects also tend to encourage smaller units. Just there's more to the acre, and so they're inherently smaller. And there can be a financial feasibility piece that happens with the market and the ability to support particularly the type of construction that's necessary to accommodate those higher densities, and there's a feasibility breakpoint in some projects. And of course, the important caveat at the bottom is that high density is not right for everywhere. Will be very important as we go through the CEQA analysis in particular, to make sure that we are understanding environmental impacts, and obviously design is extremely critical to make sure that these projects look the part and fit well with our community. These are just a few examples of some projects in the South Bay that would be of the sort of size and scale that would come with project densities at, up to 60 or 70 units to the acre, or on the bottom of the slide, a little bit higher than that even. So generally 4 to 6 story buildings, ground floor parking or wrap parking. But you can see in these examples that it's possible to have articulation, materials changes, and do things with design that can make these buildings be relatively attractive, even though they're on the larger side. So in terms of the inventory itself, as I mentioned, a total of 29 sites have been identified, and each of them has been assigned a density range. As I mentioned, the density ranges are important, both in terms of fit with various locations around the city, but we find that different density ranges also produce different housing types. So smaller apartment units are more suitable for smaller households, families perhaps without children or a couple. But there's also a need, as we know, for family housing for folks with families who want to live in Pleasanton, and so providing a range of density types will help to meet a greater range of needs in the community as well. This is a list of those sites, and I'll just very briefly go through them. I'm sorry, I'm just pausing for a moment. So as I mentioned, the high density sites are highlighted here. Those which are proposed at that higher density range, up to 75 units to the acre, are shown here in red. There's one site that has sort of a mid-high density range, the old Santa Rita Road area. And then the majority of the higher density sites are fairly consistent with what we designated in the last cycle at 30 to 40 units to the acre. So here's a map that shows all of the sites. I think most of you have seen that, so I won't dwell on it. I'll run through very quickly the sites. We split the sites into sort of a few different areas, sub areas, just to kind of break them up and present them a bit more logically for you. So that's what's shown in this slide here. So starting with sub area A, which is sort of the northwest corner of the city. That includes actually quite a big range of sites, ranging from the Leicester property, which would be proposed to be a low density development on a portion of a large property, actually currently outside of the city limits, but proposed for annexation. The Stone Ridge Mall site that got a lot of interest and attention during the community survey as a possible site for housing. A number of sites within Hacienda that you see towards the right-hand side in the blue color, as well as the Oracle site and a portion of the Metro 580 property. And then towards the south, the PUSD Donlin School, a portion of that property, and the Merritt property, also currently outside city limits, but just off of Foothill Road there. Area B is the area really sort of the northeast portion. It includes, I'm sorry, I apologize, Metro 580 actually in this area, Metro 580 site, a portion of the Valley Care property, the area that's along Old Santa Rita Road, that's primarily sort of service commercial type businesses today, and then 2 sites on the north and south side of Pimlico Drive that are currently commercial centers. Area C is described as sort of the central Santa Rita area. It includes the St. Elizabeth Seton Catholic Church, a vacant portion of their property, a number of smaller properties along Ream Drive that are also sort of more of a service commercial type use today. 2 shopping centers, Mission Plaza and Valley Plaza, that received a lot of attention and comments. We'll get back to those in a minute, as well as the Tri-Valley Inn. And then furthest to the south, a site along Black Avenue, just towards the back of Amador Valley High School. Area D is East Pleasanton. That includes the Kiewit property. It's about a 50-acre site that's currently vacant, or Biggie Crane has a temporary use for some crane storage out there. Some properties in Boulder Court, and then Site 28 is the Steel Wave owned properties. We labeled the Amazon site just so you can see where that sits relative to the two other the other pieces. Just to the southwest, so that this piece down here is Amazon. This is the PGS garbage facility, but all of this blue outlined area has been proposed by Steel Wave to become a housing site as well. And then finally, Area E is the sort of remaining piece down to the southeast. It includes a couple of properties along Sonol Boulevard and also along Sonoma Drive in the same area. Site 25 is the current PUSD district offices in downtown Pleasanton. Site 26 is a portion of the St. Augustine Catholic Church property. And then Site 27 is a property also owned by PUSD, known as the Neal property on Vineyard Avenue. So that's all 29 sites briefly described. To give you a sense of what sort of a capacity that would generate, we, based on the calculations and the initial capacity assumptions that I outlined, those sites would generate about, if every single one of them were carried forward, about 6,600 housing units. That's more than we need to fulfill the RENA gap and the gap plus a buffer. And so that what that says is that the council has some flexibility to modify and pare down the list from that list of 29 by making some adjustments and taking some sites out of consideration at this point. So in terms of a decision-making framework, one of the first things that we did was apply the ranking and scoring that the City Council had previously looked at and adopted, and that was really a set of objective criteria based on things like transit proximity, access to neighborhood services, whether or not the site would tend to have environmentally sensitive resources, and a whole slew of other factors. And that was used to first provide a ranking and scoring. There's a comprehensive report that was attached to your agenda report that provides more detail on exactly how that ranking worked out. But predictably, the sites that tended to score better were sites that were near transit, were more centrally located. The sites that fared generally worse in those rankings were sites that are more on the periphery, just because they have less access to transit, to services and things like that. So ranking and scoring is one factor, but we know that other factors and policy considerations are important and will certainly come into play in the decision-making here. Community support, and we've obviously received many public comments, which I'll outline a few of in just a moment. Interest and support from individual property owners in actually advancing a housing project on sites that are included in the inventory, and that's a piece that's somewhat important for HCD as they look at our inventory. Considerations like land use compatibility and the sorts of impacts that a project and new development or new housing might have in a particular area or neighborhood, whether the development is feasible, and distribution, and the council expressed as a policy goal the desire to have sites somewhat distributed and spread throughout the city so that impacts were not all focused and concentrated in one area. That's also a strategy that's being considered as part of an analysis that we have to do about fair housing and how location of sites might worsen or improve any patterns of sort of concentrations of relative poverty or disadvantage in Pleasanton. So we'll have to look at that, and distribution is a factor there. So just very briefly on the community feedback that we heard, as I mentioned, the Planning Commission was supportive of the concept of upping densities on some of the sites. They were also supportive of actually increasing some of the density on the existing housing element sites as well. So that's something that they recommended. And they provided some initial comments. I won't dwell on these because we sort of came back to the Planning Commission with additional feedback, and that adjusted some of this early direction. The Housing Commission was largely in line with the Planning Commission's initial recommendations. They did express some concerns about loss of neighborhood serving retail. So some of the shopping centers and other sort of businesses that are well loved and provide important local services. Also supportive of increasing densities, and emphasized the Stonebridge Mall site as a very suitable site for housing. At the community workshop, some of the same themes were echoed: concerns about the displacement of existing commercial businesses and small businesses in shopping centers and other locations, concerns about capacity impacts, schools, traffic, water supply were all items that were raised in the community meeting. And then generally speaking, I think support overall for sites that were located near BART in particular, and transportation. We did hear some site-specific themes, specifically about Mission Plaza and Valley Plaza, and that's continued in some of the written public comment that you've seen submitted. And there was just a range of miscellaneous sort of comments for and against various sites that were discussed. And those included sites like Steel Wave. Some thought it was a great location, others had concerns, and equally, at least at the community meeting, some support for the PUSD site, although also some areas of concern that were raised as well. We've received a fairly large volume of correspondence on this item, including communications received prior to the originally scheduled January the 18th meeting, included a number of comments about the Donlan site, and mostly requesting that it not be included due to concerns about traffic in the area, and sort of questioning why the school district would sort of give up a piece of property at the same time as creating more residential demand and more need for school facilities. Comments about the district site downtown, principally around traffic concerns. The Tri-Valley Inn, we received a handful of emails from neighbors of that project concerned about impacts on their adjacent single-family neighborhood. Valley Mission Plazas echoed some of the comments we heard in the public meeting about loss of existing businesses as well as traffic. And then miscellaneous concerns about some other sites, including the Reichert Lumber, Leicester, and Stone Ridge site. And then we also had a few comments from property owners, obviously advocating for their sites to continue to be included in the inventory. And more comments have continued to come in, largely following some of the same themes I just mentioned, to sort of focusing on the PUSD sites, Valley Plaza, and some general comments about just concerns about housing in general and increasing development overall in the city. So the Planning Commission recommendation, again, continued to echo some of the same themes. There was quite a significant discussion among the Planning Commission about whether or not to include the Steel Wave properties, and that was really probably the most substantive piece of the Planning Commission's discussion, and the pros and cons of doing that. Whether including it would obviously allow other sites to be sort of taken off the list that might be more impactful than East Pleasanton sites, where others recognized that, and as staff had recommended, that just a desire to really let there be a more thorough planning process for East Pleasanton before a decision was made about the land uses out there, which would effectively otherwise be being made through the vehicle of the housing element update. And then there was a few other miscellaneous comments as well. So the summary of their recommendation was to remove 6 sites from the list. Site 10 actually was not recommended to be left off the list, but later we heard from Valley Care that they did not wish to be included, so we added this one to the list as well. Valley Care, Pimlico Drive, the south property, Mission Plaza, Valley Plaza, St. Augustine Church, and Steel Wave were all recommended not to be carried forward by the Planning Commission. The total capacity generated by the remaining sites, 23 sites, is about 4,800 units, which is pretty close to that 50% buffer recommended by staff, within 130 units or so. So with that, staff is asking for your feedback tonight, and our recommendation is to carry forward the Planning Commission's recommendation to include a 50% buffer as outlined, to affirm the density ranges as proposed and recommended by the Planning Commission, and then to review and provide your direction on the potential sites to be considered for rezoning and to be forwarded into the CEQA analysis for the housing element process. So just that really concludes my presentation. Just to reiterate what will happen next, or what we would suggest, is that at this following staff's presentation, that the council open the public hearing and let folks wishing to speak on this item do so. Reconvene with a focused discussion for site 25, which is the PUSD district offices site, and Councilmember Testa would recuse during that discussion. Councilmember Testa would come back, Councilmember Balch would recuse, and we would talk about site 26, the St. Augustine property, and then everybody would come back together and talk about the remaining sites and provide discussion and direction on all of those. So that's the recommended format. So that concludes staff's presentation. I will stop my share now, and I won't invite questions, because I think we're suggesting we go into public comments now, if that's
that is exactly correct. And thank you so much. That is a lot of information. But one of my favorite things was that we have a little more time there at the end, and that HCD has been flexible. I have to, before I open the public hearing, state that many letters were written on behalf of the city. Ellen wrote a wonderful letter appealing the numbers for ABAG, and sadly it fell on deaf ears, but we absolutely tried to bring that number down as a city to a number that was more reasonable for our infrastructure, our schools, etc. But we were not ultimately not successful. But you wrote an extremely nice, very well, very detailed, excellent points. I wasn't able to move the needle for reducing our number of regional housing needs allocations. So here we are at 5965. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing. I'm going to ask, since we're at a pretty late hour, it is 10:27 p.m. this evening, that we limit our speakers to 2 minutes. We have quite a few speakers, so please definitely say what you are waiting to say. We want to hear from you. Be succinct if you don't mind, and please try to wrap up at 2 minutes. Okay? All right. So, City Clerk, do we have somebody like to speak to this agenda item?
Yes, the first speaker is Steve Dunn, followed by Lakshmi Rajagopalan.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Dunn.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Steve Dunn, representing Steel Wave and USL. We own 260 acres on the east side of Pleasanton. I've been involved in the property 18 years, invested over $1 million in city-managed extensive studies and planning on the site, including a draft EIR and task forces. I think I urge the city to take the opportunity to control this area by going forward with this area and annexing and zoning it so that they can control the future. It's a mixed-use project, including very varied home densities, including 250 or more affordable housing. We've got community benefits. Because our site's so big, we can provide additional things like potentially schools, parks, infrastructure, the Iron Horse Trail completion, and traffic mitigants. We'd like, obviously, this to be an informed decision, post studies and evaluation. In other words, include it to be evaluated, so then you can make a very educated decision at the end. This provides the council more flexibility and opportunity by studying the site and then making that educated decision. So please vote to include the USL Steelway Pleasanton Lake site in the housing element studies and evaluation. And I thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, I don't see anybody. I think you probably reached out to us in the past. Thank you, Mr. Dunn. We appreciate your contribution and your comments. Our next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Lakshmi Rajagopalan, followed by Robert Ganella. I don't see Lakshmi, so our next speaker is Robert Ganella.
Thank you.
Mute. Okay, hello.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, I'm Mayor and the council members of the council. I'm a resident near Valley and Mission Shopping Centers. I'm just asking that you affirm the Planning Commission's recommendation that these centers be removed from the list. There are about 75 businesses. I walked the site. I was just shocked how many businesses are there. And they run the gamut of all different types of businesses for consumers. These businesses provide livelihoods for, of course, all these business owners and hundreds of employees. There's been some comment about, well, put mixed use here, but that's not appropriate. This is going to displace most of these businesses and will not allow most of them to continue. And with the increased rent, we won't have the unique and small and quaint businesses that are there now. Businesses like a donut shop, hardware shop, shoe repair. I think high density housing should not be replacing retail. Retail is in enough trouble as it is currently. The Planning Commission identified more than enough sites to accommodate additional housing. These two shopping centers are not necessary at this point to be added. These centers have a small town feel. I'd like to, if possible, if we could keep that small town feel in Pleasanton. So I ask you to affirm the Planning Commission's decision with respect to these two sites. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
The next speaker is Brian Casey, followed by Colleen Hake.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, good evening, Brian.
Good evening, how are you? Hey, I've been living in town for close to 40 years, 30 years where I'm currently at. I back up to site number 16, which is the Tri-Valley Inn. And I'd like the council to consider taking that location off of the site list. It's currently commercial and we would prefer or like the council to consider keeping it a commercial property. If you look at the Santa Rita Road corridor, coming from Stone Ridge down towards Mission Plaza and Valley Plaza, there's already 7 condo and apartment buildings on that location. You're going to increase the traffic. There's a lot of kids that walk to school. And that piece of property is 2.4 acres. It was on the list back in 2011, and your constituents at that time had a conversation about that property, and they did take it off the list because their thoughts were that it was too many units for such a small piece of property. And that if you really consider it, the Tri-Valley land, the 2.4 acres, is very similar to the St. Augustine's property, the St. Elizabeth Seton property. There's not a lot of acreage there, and you're going to have quite a few homes in there. And if you look at the grade point 6.9, I think it is the final scoring for the documents. If you look at 6A, it says It needs to be plus 1 story to the area around it. 4 of the 6 properties here that butt up against that property, Mission Plaza, our home, our neighbor's home, a couple other homes, 4 of the 6 are single story. So please consider it taken off the list. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Casey. Our next speaker.
The next speaker is Colleen Hake, followed by Aditi Nair.
My mom was a volunteer yard duty at my elementary school, walking the grass fields while watching over the students doing kids things that they can only do on grass and not on blacktop, like being allowed to run. Blacktop, which is bad on kids' knees, is what the students of Donlin Elementary are mostly relegated to. Donlin is the only elementary school in the district without daily student access to their grass field. That's because it is fenced off. Many families and neighbors agree this is unacceptable. The city is proposing PUSD sell the field that these students can at least gaze upon through the fence and turn it into a construction zone for 28 houses. I have scientific evidence that demonstrates that the benefits of access to green space for children should guide policy and urban planning. Selling Donlin's field promotes a grave health consequence to its students. Poor access to urban green space at schools is associated with behavioral problems most consistent with hyperactivity and inattention. Access to green space promotes attention restoration, memory, supportive social groups, self-discipline, and it moderates stress, which we all know is at an all-time high, and improves behaviors and is associated with higher test scores. We have the chance to protect the health of close to 800 children who have been through unprecedented mental stress in the past 2 years. PUSD can extend the fence that prevents Donlin students from using the green space daily. Cynthia Santu, the Donlin PTA president who is running the PTA meeting right now, agrees that if PUSD moved the fence to include the grass for the students, it would be cherished and well utilized. It is our obligation as Pleasanton residents who pride ourselves in our school system to factor in these students' quality of life. This year, families within walking distance of Donlin were put on wait lists to get in, including my family. Our child with diagnosed anxiety does not have grass to run on regularly at school, so he can learn his best in the classroom. Before the field itself was fenced off and locked this year, my toddler could run across it perfectly fine after dropping off his brother at school, so it is usable. For PUSD to sell off land that could be put to much better use within the neighborhood school system is wrong. I urge you to not approve housing on the Donlin field and let PUSD correct the mistake of fencing in 800 children on a blacktop. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in.
Sorry. The next speaker is Aditi Nair, followed by Joe Chalinsky.
Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Oh, great. Good evening. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I'm going to be talking about the Donlin Field, just like the previous speaker. And I will implore you not to build any housing on Donlin's backfield. We're 2 years into a global pandemic that has upended our lives, and our children have been the hardest hit. And we've stopped them, we've kept them home, we've stopped them from playing on swings and slides and monkey bars. We've stopped them from meeting their friends, canceled sleepovers and birthday parties. Frankly, we've terrified them. And this is why parents and educators across the country supported and focused on reopening schools, even with mask mandates and social distancing. It's because school is where they feel normal. Giving up the field to build housing is not in the Donlin's Cubs' best interest. They have no green space to play on, which is outrageous given that Donlin is the largest and only elementary school to not have green space. The traffic will be horrendous. It is terrible on Dorman already. The principal, Mrs. Gates, frequently sends us emails reminding us to use the back gate during pickup and drop off. Once you build houses on the backfield, the situation will just be replicated on Payne Road. And Donlin has always been an impacted school. It's not going to change, even with once COVID moves to endemic status. Enrollment is going to be back up, traffic is going to be terrible, and new housing is not going to, make anyone's lives easier. So I very strongly urge the city not to build any housing on Donlin backfield. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
The Next speaker is Joe Chalinsky, followed by Andre Pegeron.
Good evening, Mr. Chalinsky.
Hey, everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can.
Great. So, addressing the council this evening to request removing Site 16, which is the Tri-Valley Inn Motel, from the current list of proposed sites. So first, the commission has removed similarly situated sites and can do so here without impacting the RHNA goals that Director Clark walked through us earlier with. In a pretty similar situation, the commission removed Pimlico South from the preliminary site list. If you'll look at page 14 on the agenda packet this evening, you'll see the summary, but quickly, there they reference the site being developed with a small grocery store, which would have to be displaced. It also abutted single-family residential uses directly to its south border, making it less suitable for higher density development. And it also did not yield a considerable number of units. Here, very similarly, the site is developed with a motel and restaurant, and those businesses would be displaced. It directly abuts low-density, low-rise, single-family residential developments on both its north and west property lines. And again, it does not yield a considerable number of units, allowing the commission to still meet the requirement plus the 50% buffer. Pimlico accounted for about 40 units. Here we're talking about 50 units, and removing those 50 units would equate to about 4,794 remaining capacity, which would still leave us with 79 units more than the recommended buffer. Similarly, the commission on the St. Augustine site, again on page 14, cited that it was nearly entirely surrounded by low-density, low-rise residential developments in its removal from its recommendation. And again, we just like to ask the council to follow those same lines of logic in removing the Tri-Valley Inn from the list. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Andre Pegeron, followed by John Schwastik.
Hello, City Council. I just want to remind everyone in the first place why we are building these housing units, and that is because we are in a housing crisis. Part of that crisis is a housing affordability crisis. If there were a fire burning down Pleasanton, I doubt we would have a meeting where we talked about which fire trucks we wanted to not use to put out the fire. But here we are having a meeting about which housing units we want to not build in order to solve the housing crisis. I will say I'm quite pro-housing, but let me quickly shout out some of the other comments and say that I fully support the maintenance of the Donlin lawn for use for kids to play instead of developing a negligible amount of housing units. I do think overall, we should try to approach the maximum number of housing units available, especially considering that based on the information shown earlier, only high density developments allow for low and even average income people to move in. We have a housing affordability crisis. We do not build enough housing for even people who are born here and who grow up here to live here. I do not believe that me or my kids or any future generations will be able to afford to continue to live in Pleasanton, even though my family has lived here for decades. It is not enough. I would like to say that we could probably save some time by taking everyone's address and then just saying, don't build housing near me, and have that be their comment, because people seem to be scared of living next to apartment buildings, despite the fact that this is more friends, more neighbors, more social connections, better for businesses. Let me also say that if the main problem, the number one problem I hear over and over and over again is traffic, we could do a lot to get people out of their cars. We could build a comprehensive bike network so that adding more people does not necessarily mean adding more cars, more cars, more cars. If we are the city of planned progress, we need to plan for a future where we can have children, young families, new people in this community and have them be able to live in a vibrant, walkable, bikeable place so that this traffic concern goes away. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
The next speaker is John Schwastik, followed by Michelle Talon.
Good evening, Mayor Brown and City Council. I represent the Pleasanton Unified School District. I'm the Executive Director of Facilities and Construction. I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarity to what the district's action are, and also I'm available for trying to answer some questions afterwards. The district is actually in the process of examining all school facilities, which also includes exploring options for district properties. We're trying to align the district assets with the housing action through the housing element update. This allows for flexibility and providing for space to house the students for an elementary school site in the future. The district is also in the process of updating the facilities master plan, which will complete in May and be brought to the board in June of this year. The district is also facing several competing challenges, which is unbalanced enrollments. Some schools have above capacity and others have below capacity. We're trying to balance that out. A need for housing, a need for house impacted elementary schools in the North Pleasanton area. We need to house those students because it's so impacted. Additional new housing under the city housing element update is going to add approximately 6,000 units. We also have aging facilities that we have to upgrade. And the programs housed in the unsuitable facilities, such as the Village High School, we'd like to address. We're also looking at increasing flexibilities by putting these three properties, Site 3, 25, and 27. The district's not committed to any scenario and is simply looking into potential options to best serve the students of the community in Pleasanton. If these sites are approved to be on the city housing element plan, it will provide the district with greater flexibility to meet the needs of our students and staff. And any sale of the district property will need to go through a public regulatory process as required by law. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks for providing that point of view. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Next speaker.
Michelle Talon, followed by Becky Dennis.
Good evening, Michelle. I have you on mute. Can you take yourself off mute?
Okay. Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor Brown and City Council. I live in Val Vista, just around the corner from the school. I've heard a lot of good things tonight about increasing our housing density, but I think Donlin is not the place to do it. I think that it would be egregious for the Pleasanton Unified School District to sell this piece of land off. It's extremely short-sighted, and I just think it borders on negligence. Just 2 short years ago, the PUSD and the city were ready to expand Donlin on this very piece of land. And why were they? And that's because Donlin was overcrowded, and it still is. Along comes a pandemic, and the school enrollment is down in Pleasanton, Alameda County, and across the entire state. But our new neighbors who spoke earlier live just a mere 200 yards from Donlin, and they were put on a wait list. This is supposed to be our neighborhood school. And they're looking at redistricting and moving children around the city, which was not the original intent of these neighborhood schools. I recognize that school funding may be reduced due to declining enrollment, emphasis on maybe, but you know what? The enrollment numbers will recover and Donlin will still be overcrowded. 28 new homes on this parcel is only going to exacerbate the situation. I'm not saying that building these additional classrooms at Donlin is the only solution, but I guarantee that if PUSD sells off the property, there'll be zero chance of alleviating Donlin's student overload. We need the strategic long-range view. This housing growth must be matched with school growth. We need to look at this infrastructure. This is something that's going to need to go hand in glove as we go forward. And again, we have the whole issue about the green space for the children. So let's go back to hopefully putting more facilities there for the children and use some green space for them. So please, bottom line, please remove Donlin from the site list going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for calling in.
The next speaker is Becky Dennis, followed by Guy Houston.
Hello again. How are you?
Hello.
Okay. Well, I have to talk really fast now. My review of the sites, I'll tell you, I really like the Kiewit and Boulder Court sites because it's near the new Amazon facility. And I think the city could possibly interest Amazon in partnering with the city to create nonprofit managed housing there for the workforce. I think it would be a good use for that. Leicester, as I've told some of you, I think is underutilized with only 30 houses there. That's a beautiful site. You could do a high rise above moderate income condos there, and it would be near BART, and it would be near the mall, and it would be near beautiful park. And I think that would be awesome. You could get quite a few more units there and preserve more of the green space on that 15-acre parcel. I'm really sorry to see Mission Valley Plaza and the Tri-Valley Inn going. That's already a live, work, walkable area. I think it could use refreshment, even if you put it at the very end of the development timeline in the housing element. I think that would, give 8 years to plan it and involve the neighborhood in making sure that they have the businesses there that they want. As far as Steel Wave is concerned, if you consider adding housing there, I would disallow anything else like the 91,000 square feet of retail, the 442,000 square feet of office, and the 1,057,000 square feet of industrial that are needed to make housing on that site economically feasible for the developer. It's a loser from the point of view of climate action, and it's going to put us in the hole as far as emissions are concerned. So that's all the time I have. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Guy Houston, followed by Jill Buck.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Guy Houston, and this evening I am representing the ownership of Mission Plaza and Valley Plaza retail locations in Pleasanton. These centers have a long history of working together for the betterment of the community of Pleasanton. In the Planning Commission meeting, the properties were presented by staff as 30 units to the acre in a complete residential turnover from the current commercial retail. We wish to make it clear that it was never our intent, and our vision is for a mixed-use horizontal project that keeps retail on Santa Rita Road and allows housing on the west portion of the property. The centers are close to 50 years old, and there will soon be a need to renovate and update both the retail centers with no way to finance the work. A multi-use project would provide the housing to subsidize the on-site commercial tenants, which wouldn't be the case if the centers are redeveloped as commercial only. As an accommodation to the community, we would ask that site number 17, Mission Plaza, be removed from the housing element plan for consideration during this housing element cycle. Regarding Valley Plaza, we have support from two of the major tenants, Sunshine Saloon and the True Value Hardware, that any future renovation would be positive for their businesses by improving and upgrading their sites and providing additional customer base that is vital for any retail operation. Valley Plaza, site number 18, scored exceptionally well in the site assessments and should be considered as part of the upcoming EIR. There really does come a time that these centers need facelift and repair. I might point to a recent success story in Pleasanton, the Lucky's Grocer on West Las Positas, which is an old, tired, and underperforming store. The recent makeover has been dramatic, and it is a beautiful store, and the parking lot is full again. Someday this might happen at Valley Plaza. Thank you for your consideration to include Valley Plaza as part of your housing element environmental study process. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling in.
The last speaker is Jill Buck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'll be very brief. My office is in Valley Plaza, but having said that, I want to speak to the the environmental impact reports that would be forthcoming for any housing, potential housing site that's left in the plan at this point. I've looked at the graphic that Ellen's slide deck presented in terms of the process for this, and it seems as though there would be other options and other times when housing sites could be pulled. I frankly would love to see as many sites left in as possible so that we get that valuable environmental impact report from those sites. We're doing so many good things to protect the environment, to make educated and data-driven decisions. And I feel like having EIRs on as many sites as possible would give us even more data as we go forward with the CAP, as we go forward with other environmental protection policies. And I'd love to see as many sites left in at this point in the process as possible. Thank you so much.
All right, sounds good. Thank you for calling in. And
Mayor, it looks like 2 more people just raised their hands. Would you like to hear from them this evening?
Yes.
Okay, the next speaker is Jocelyn Combs, followed by Jeff Schroeder.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I kind of was in the zone there and didn't realize I hadn't raised my hand. So I want to second the comments of Becky Dennis, Joe Buck, and Guy Houston, so I won't have to repeat what they said. But I also wanted to wholeheartedly support staff's recommendation to drop Steel Wave from the recommended list site. The East Pleasanton specific plan was undertaken many years ago. It was large, complicated, and contentious. I understand that Steel Wave's proposal is much the same as the original plan, which was never adopted. Bringing it forward within the housing element process feels awkward to me, almost like circumventing any traditional process, especially for such a large infrastructure rich project that will affect the entire city. There's a new city council, new planning commission, new staff, including city manager, new residents, new climate action plan, and a parcel of the original plan area was purchased by Amazon for a warehouse. Do we even have to discuss housing on this site if we can meet our goals with infill on other sites? Please drop Steel Wave. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last speaker is Jeff Schroeder.
Thank you, Mayor Brown and members of the planning.
That was the other meeting. Yeah.
Pleasanton City Council. I had submitted my card for the previous meeting. I assumed it got continued over, but my mistake. As you probably know, I'm here representing Ponderosa Homes and the Lester and Kiewit properties. And I urge you to support staff's recommendation regarding the Lester property. That property is one of only 3 low-density housing projects that serve a much needed demand in the city for executive housing, as you know, and the way that things are going in Pleasanton. It also provides some significant community benefits for a small project, including a Dublin Canyon Road traffic upgrades and the East Bay Regional Parks District trailhead and staging area. As to the Kiewit property, I would note that it provides a significant amount of affordable housing that could be 100% affordable housing. And it also is the really only significant site with a significant number of units that provides, typical Pleasanton, well-designed, attractive suburban housing and relatively low to moderate densities. I think it would be very acceptable in the community, great use for the site, and really appreciate your support for both properties. Thank you very much, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
All right. Thank you very much for calling in. All right. I'm going to close the public hearing. It is minutes before 11 o'clock, and we don't normally continue meetings without 3 votes of the council at this point. I wondered if our interim city manager, Mr. Dolan, would comment about this is a really important project. We need to move this forward. Do you recommend a special council meeting?
Yes, in anticipation that this might go on a little late this evening, we did anticipate the possibility of having a special meeting next Tuesday. And I believe that we polled council for their availability, and all were available. If you'd like to take it up again then.
Okay, and I think it was going to be a little earlier in the evening, is that right?
Yes, we could start at 6 if that's acceptable to the council.
Okay, all right, thank you. I know this is extremely important. Thank you, all of our folks that are attending online, as well as our staff. But I think it's best that we stop right here. We're going to take it up as we discussed with one council member out, discuss item agenda, housing site 25, one council member out for 26, and then everybody together do the rest of the sites, taking all these really good feedback that we heard this evening from our residents into consideration, as well as the emails that we've received. So, Mr. City Attorney, what is the right, so I want to table this topic.
The council can decide to continue the item.
Okay.
It'll probably be just to poll the council to see if whether that's acceptable to the majority.
So I see you first in my list, Councilmember Narum. Is that acceptable to continue the item to the special meeting next Tuesday?
You're on mute.
She has laryngitis because she's talking, but I don't see her.
Yes.
All right, thank you. To continue, Vice Mayor Arkin.
Okay, so no discussion tonight then.
No, we're not picking up. Yeah, this would
And
be.
it'll be a public hearing again next week as well.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Councilmember Balch.
Maybe I ask a quick question. I know I've seen this before, but I haven't experienced it. So maybe I ask the city attorney, for public comment that we've just had now, would that be reopened at the next meeting, or would that be not continued? So it would just be the deliberations.
That would be up to the council to either open it to a limited extent for speakers that didn't get a chance to speak tonight, or just proceed ahead with deliberating without additional comment.
And does that have to be included in our element of what we're looking at right now?
That when the item gets reconvened on Tuesday.
We can decide then.
Yes.
Okay. It sounds like the majority is going to go with it, Mayor. I'm comfortable either way. I know obviously we had an unexpected delay to the FPPC, so just got to get through it.
I see this being 2 hours at least, and I'm not going to keep people here until 1 o'clock. Councilmember Testa?
Yes, I'm agreeable.
Okay, all right. So we are continuing this item to our next special meeting. We do have just a few more things to wrap up our city council meeting this evening, but I expect this to be at least 2 more hours. It's going to be really important topics and decisions that we're going to discuss. And so please come back, watch, and find out more about what goes to the environmental impact report for further studies and what does not. Okay, so with that, I've got matters initiated by council members. Do we have anything to initiate? All right, seeing none, we have council reports. Has anybody been somewhere, done something on behalf of the city that they want to make sure we're all aware of? I know we're going everywhere.
Yes. So I just wanted to make sure that I keep reporting. I am attending the Stop Waste meetings. They are continuing to talk about 1383 and those challenges, mulch acquisition or mulch purchasing. Sorry, I didn't raise my hand. I apologize. Was discussed, as well as the standard finances. So thank you.
Okay, I've been attending the Alameda County Mayor's Conference. We've been talking a lot about homelessness and how to address that, and some of the reasons that we have homeless population here in our community, which helps to figure out how our HOT team, our homeless outreach team, can adjust and address that. And Councilmember Balch and I have been sitting on the JPA board, and we're continuing to look at ambulance response times here in the Tri-Valley and how we can improve that. We're going to be working more with the Alameda County Board of Supervisors to do so. I had the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and we talked to many of our elected officials in Congress. And I have one follow-up meeting with Senator Alex Padilla's office in just a few days. Councilmember Arkin?
Yes, Altamont Open Space. I attended a meeting recently with them and attended the Martin Luther King breakfast as well. And I know some of you attended as well. So that was always great to do. And I think in that Cal City's East Bay Division meeting, I was on that meeting as well. So that's what I've done the last couple of weeks.
And Councilmember Narum, you get the award because you put your hand up, but I apologize going across the line, but the floor is yours, and we'll
Thank
wrap
you.
up with Councilmember Testa.
Councilmember Balch and I went through the audit, which you'll all be seeing that and have a chance at it. I think he and I were very pleased with what we saw, for what it's worth. I attended the EBCE board meeting, significant. EBCE has received an A credit rating on their first pass for rating, which is actually very good. That, along with the mid-year budget update, was in good shape. And then finally, kind of an interesting thing, we approved a contract for geothermal energy as one of our renewable energy sources. And that's the first geothermal one that they have done, I believe, since the formation of EBC. So that was kind of significant. And that's it for me, given the time.
That sounds great. I appreciate it. And Councilmember Testa.
MLK breakfast was enjoyable, as always, inspirational. Cal City's East Bay Division meeting, a lot of peer connection and good discussion, and that's it.
Okay, all right. Well, I know we had hoped to get through this project. It was a big meeting, and we had a good start on it. Thank you, Ellen, for your presentation. Councilmember Narum, would you take us out?
Sure, I'd be happy to. The Pleasanton City Council adjourns this meeting with a tribute to our nation's men and women serving in the military, and with gratitude for every United States veteran who has bravely answered the call to serve. Further, we wish to honor the memories of those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in conflicts both past and present in defense of our country.
All right, thank you, everyone. The meeting's adjourned.